injuries that Ms. Heard later testified to in
Okay, so we
graphic
have
detail.
the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard
Ms. Heard
defamation
wants you to
trial
ignore the
underway in
testimony of these
Virginia.
medical professionals who saw her in real
Here
time.
you see Johnny Depp
Just as she wants you to ignore the testimony of the
in
police
normal life
officers who
at
testified
the
under
plaintiff's
oath, who saw
counsel
her
table.
on May 21st, 2016,
I'm
without
going to adjust
any
my audio a little
injuries.
bit here.
But it is up to you, ladies and gentlemen of this jury, to judge the credibility of these witnesses and that of Ms. Heard. In this trial, Ms. Heard will undoubtedly present
these are the
photos
opening
that
statements.
supposedly show injuries she
Plaintiff's attorney
sustained
is
as a
making their
result of
case and
claimed
laying out the
abuse by
groundwork
Mr. Depp.
for Johnny
Here's what
Depp's
you should keep
assertion
in mind
that
when you see these
Amber
photographs.
Heard defamed him
First,
in a
the
news
evidence and
article.
expert testimony from a
believe it
forensic
was,
pathologist, a doctor,
Washington
will
Post
show that the
article,
injuries
so
reflected
Johnny
in
Depp
these
sued in state
photographs
court in
are
Virginia.
not consistent with the brutal allegations of abuse Ms. Heard has alleged. Second, there are multiple witnesses, including medical professionals and police officers, who will testify that they did not observe the injuries supposedly reflected in these photographs.
Okay, so
And you
what
may be
plaintiff's
wondering,
attorney
how
is
can that
laying out
be?
there is that
Well, you will hear
there
expert
are
testimony
official
that
witnesses
none
in
of
the
these
form of
photographs
police, law
are the
enforcement
originals,
officers laying out
not one.
a record
And
here
many were stored in
that
an editing program.
Amber Heard's statements,
So they could have been manipulated and
were not
cannot be
verifiable.
confirmed as authentic.
which is important in a
Importantly,
defamation
you will
case
not
to
see a single photograph of the vast majority of the abuse alleged by Ms. Heard. Not one. And there is not a single photograph or
lay out the
video
case, of course.
showing Mr. Depp becoming
But of
physically
course,
violent towards Ms.
in
Heard.
addition to that, produce an official record
The
of
only medical
exactly
report of an injury during their relationship
neutral
was a severe one,
parties may
and it
have
was sustained
witnessed.
by Mr. Depp. After an argument shortly after their marriage, while the couple was in Australia, you will hear evidence that the people who cared about Mr. Depp were encouraging him
So another
to
thing
have
I
a
wanted to
prenuptial
point out
agreement.
is that in
with
a
Ms.
number
Heard,
of these images
but
of
she
Amber
rushed the
Heard,
wedding
she
date,
appears to have
and
some
he
sort
agreed
of
to get
makeup
married without one.
shadow on her cheek,
After
as
the
if she's
wedding,
trying to paint
again,
a picture
people
that she's
close to
somehow
Mr. Depp
battered,
encouraged him to consider a
literally
postnuptial
showing up to
agreement.
court in the gallery.
When the topic came up, Ms. Heard became outraged.
Surprised she's
as
not
she
at the
always
defense
did,
table.
at the suggestion that Mr. Depp might leave her.
You know, even in the gallery, trying to
She
show the
berated
jury
him.
that in her
And when he
mind
tried to
she
leave,
was
she became violent.
abused.
She became so
pursuant.
violent, in fact,
It's
she
probably a bad
threw
word, but
a
according
vodka
to the
bottle
allegations
at
that
him
she's presenting.
that hit his hand and exploded. It severed the end
So
of
this
one of his
is
fingers.
the
You'll see
time-delayed
pictures of
version.
Mr.
It
Depp's
is
severed
apparently
finger,
still on
and
break
learn
during lunch
about
break
his
right now.
emergency medical treatment for that injury.
But I'm just replaying some of the
And then you'll
important
learn, and this is
opening
important,
statement events
years later,
that took place.
after the false claims of abuse that caused Mr. Depp to file this very lawsuit, Ms. Heard came up with an elaborate story about what actually happened, according to her, in Australia. And what she said happened was that it was a 3-day hostage affair, an episode, where she was violently attacked and then sexually
Here you can see the
assaulted
shade
by Mr. Depp.
right on her cheek.
You will see for yourself that the evidence does not
You
support
notice
the story she
how
told
she's presenting that
after
side of her
she was
face
sued.
to the jury as well, and of course to the cameras.
You will learn that there came a time
She's
when
clearly
Mr. Depp was done.
directing
And
the
you'll learn
position of
from
her
him.
body to be
He
angled
will tell
perfectly
you
so the
why.
cameras and the jury can see
The
that
evidence will
shaded
show that
side
on
of her
May
face.
20th, 2016,
Again, pointing to the fact
Mr.
that
Depp's
she's trying to
mother,
make a show
Betty
of this
Sue,
entire thing.
passed away. You will hear from Mr. Depp that his mother's passing was a wake-up call that helped confirm what he already knew, that
You
the
see that
relationship with Ms. Heard
plaintiff's
wasn't working.
bench, I think that's the
And that
plaintiff's
Ms. Heard
bench
was not
behind
going
there.
to
It
change.
appears as though Johnny brought at
If
least
you've
2
ever lost a
attorneys,
parent,
and likely 3 to 4.
You understand how much this experience can change your perspective on what is important for your own well-being.
Clearly, she's pointing her
So Mr.
face in
Depp
the
resolved
direction of
to
the
finally
cameras
divorce Ms. Heard and told her that
to
very
project
day
that
that he would
cheek.
do so respectfully and, most importantly, discreetly. discreetly. The evidence will show that on May 21st, 2016, when Mr. Depp went over to the Eastern Columbia building to gather his things, Ms. Heard caused a final dramatic scene. In the wreckage of their relationship, Ms. Heard spun the final encounter between them into a tale of domestic abuse. Now, I understand that many of you may be asking yourselves, why? Why would Ms.
Hey,
Heard
yo, homie,
say
I'm
that
live.
Mr. Depp abused her during their relationship if it didn't actually happen? Why would she make up the detailed, dramatic tales of abuse that you will surely hear in this courtroom over the coming weeks? By the end of this trial, you will have the answer to that question. The evidence will show exactly who Ms. Heard is.
She was awful.
Inarticulate.
You will hear from Mr. Depp and other witnesses, including their marriage counselor, Dr. Laurel Anderson, that Ms. Heard would go to great lengths and even
What do you mean by
resort to
shrill?
physical violence to stop Mr. Depp from
Everything was
leaving her.
exaggerated.
But once Mr. Depp did leave, Ms. Heard tried to avoid public humiliation and present herself as a noble survivor and representative of the Me Too movement. You will hear evidence, including the testimony of
So
Ms.
I'm
Heard's former
kind of
personal
replaying the
assistant,
early opening
Kate
statements
James,
from
that Ms.
Depp's
Heard is
attorneys.
obsessed with her public
And
image. It's her number one priority.
Amber Heard
And you will see evidence
has
that
like
after she
makeup on the
received
side of her face
a
as if she's trying
$700
to
divorce
make it appear as if
settlement
she
from Mr.
literally
Depp,
just got hit.
Ms. Heard
And she's
released a
also
public
positioning
statement
her
claiming
body
she wanted
to show off that
nothing
side of her
from him
face to the
and would
cameras and
donate
apparently, of
the
course, to
entire
the
settlement
jury
to
box
two
in there as
charities.
well.
The Children's Hospital of Los
Of course,
Angeles
she's trying to look
in California,
sympathetic. She's got her hair
and the
up.
American
She's trying to
Civil
look
Liberties
professional.
Union, also known as
But,
the
the fact of the matter
ACLU.
is she's a dirty slut, man. She was having
But
threesomes with
then,
Elon Musk
she
while
did
married
not
to
make the donations.
Johnny
Quite
Depp. She was
simply,
going on coke-filled
Ms. Heard
binges.
had publicly cast herself
Johnny
in the
Depp's
role
bad. That's
of a
why they
domestic
call her
abuse
Amber
survivor.
Turd.
There
I
was
mean, she's a
no
fucking
going back.
mess.
When Mr. Depp finally stood up,
It's funny
and
too
fought
because her attorney's trying to
for his
blame
good
Johnny Depp for
name
that, right?
in court by filing this
Yeah,
lawsuit,
I mean, I
Ms.
didn't catch
Heard,
all of it,
because she
but
couldn't
what I
back
did catch
down,
was,
went
it's,
all in.
you know, it always takes two to
After this
tango.
lawsuit was filed,
But you
it's
can tell that
important
she's
to timeline
provoked.
here. After this lawsuit was filed, Ms. Heard
He probably
started
didn't
making
take
up
much shit,
more
but, you
and
know,
more
she
alleged
was,
incidents of abuse.
had control issues,
And if you'll recall, ladies and gentlemen,
substance abuse issues,
the
and
headline
everything else.
of the op-ed
As
references
inarticulate
sexual
as her
violence.
attorney was, and she was pretty bad. She
But
would
Ms.
sort
Heard
of
had never
start a
made
thought
that
and then she
accusation
would
against Mr. Depp.
sort of like
It was
tangentially
never
move into a
part
next thought
of her allegations
without
of abuse.
necessarily finishing the first thought.
what
And then she
changed?
would like
What
kind
changed between
of
2016
speak in run-on
and
sentences.
2018?
It wasn't necessarily extremely clear.
We
She
submit
seemed
to
like an
you,
experienced
and the evidence will
attorney
show
as
that
well,
she
so that's
realized
surprising
the
to me
seriousness of
considering the
what she
fact
had
that Amber
alleged.
Heard is likely
She
paying
panicked,
her
and she alleged
a pretty good
sexual
retainer,
assault.
right?
But that's what all these
Ms. Heard and her
attorneys
lawyers
used to
are going
realize,
to
man.
tell
These
you some
attorneys are all
truly
bottom feeders.
horrific
They're
tales of
people who have
abuse before this
Asperger's
trial is
who
over.
don't fit well into
But the horrific
society.
details are
That's why
designed.
they become
They're
lawyers, because
designed
they
to
can
shock you
stick their
and to
nose down
overwhelm you.
and
They are designed
obsess
to
over
be
issues, spotting
explosive. And they are designed to distract you
and she is
from the evidence and most
pretty
importantly
good
from
job.
common sense.
I mean, she's she did
That
a terrible
tells you,
job.
the
There was
common
a
sense of the
one
evidence will
crime
tell you
as to
that it is
one
all
oral
a
argument. It
lie.
was like 95 to
That
5
none
Johnny
of
Depp's
this,
attorneys.
not one
Really?
single alleged
Yeah, it
incident
was-
of
it
abuse,
was
could
crazy.
have happened as Ms. Heard
Wow.
claims.
But, I mean,
Ms. Heard's pattern is
you know,
consistent. She tells a lie,
it comes out
then
of the
covers
facts.
up that lie with still
What hurts
more lies
this
in a
is
constantly changing,
what hurts
evolving,
Amber Heard is
ever
like
more
ability. She
dramatic
comes across as a
story.
totally unlikable person.
You're going to hear a lot about Mr. Depp during
This
this
is why
trial.
she didn't give the
Ms.
donation
Heard is
to
going to
the
tell you a lot of things about
Children's
him.
Medical Center and all
That
that.
he
They're like,
abused
she
drugs and
can't
alcohol.
financially do it.
That he
But
used bad
she
offensive
intends to.
language.
I mean,
And it's true that Mr. Depp has
That's
had
what
real
her
trouble
attorney
with
said?
substance abuse in his life.
yeah,
He's
that's
not
what her
denying
attorney said.
that.
Just say you didn't have the money.
You may know people close to you who
It's
have
such an
struggled with
outrageous, yeah, it's
But
completely
struggling
outrageous
with drugs
because
and
didn't Johnny
alcohol
Depp give her that money?
doesn't make you an abuser.
Yeah, she pocketed it.
He has also used some very colorful language.
Well, I mean, it's not.
He uses words that
It's
I
so
don't
stupid
use,
because she
and you
made the
probably
claim,
don't
at
use.
least publicly,
And he uses
that she
them
was going to
frequently.
donate the money, right?
Mr. Depp, like all of
So
us, is not perfect.
she could have
But
easily
he did
pocketed
not
the money, no
abuse Ms.
problem.
Heard.
But
All
why
of
just
this
lie
is just
publicly
meant
to
to
say
distract
that?
you from what this case is about.
Obviously, everybody knows because she
This
wanted
case is
to,
about what
you know,
Ms.
sort
Heard
of
said in
get
her
positive
op-ed.
PR while she
The
could,
evidence will show that Ms. Heard painted
knowing that
a
she could
picture of
lie.
herself as a heroic, innocent survivor of abuse by Mr. Depp. A beaten woman who
I didn't
finally
really
stood
know
up to her
much of
torment.
his. I'm going to skip.
The evidence will show that
We're
Ms.
still on
Heard
lunch
used
break.
her allegations against Mr. Depp to raise her
How many
own
attorneys do you
profile
think
and to
Johnny Depp
advance
has?
her own
3 to
career.
4?
The very same day that the op-ed was published, under the title, quote, I spoke out against sexual violence, end quote. She posted that article that's now displayed on your screens
I have no idea.
and
It's
the
crazy at
title
this
on
point.
her
It's
Twitter
always been
page,
crazy.
right along with an announcement
How do you
that she was
John
becoming
Campia
an
signed up
ACLU ambassador on
signed up for
women's
that
rights
fucking
to make sure that, quote, women and girls can live free from violence.
How do you
end
think
quote.
Johnny Depp felt when
She presented
both of
herself
her attorneys
as
were
the
up
face
there
of the Me Too
making
movement,
crazy
the
allegations against
virtuous
him?
representative of innocent
You could see his
women
eyebrows.
across the
He
country
flinched a
and
few
the
times.
world who have truly
He
suffered
stayed pretty
abuse.
calm, but he probably
The evidence will
like,
show
say blame
that was a lie.
anybody else would be like, listen,
And
this
the evidence
is a
will show that
liar.
Ms. Heard betrayed Mr. Depp as the representative of abusers everywhere, the agent of her suffering, the villain in her
You know,
heroic journey.
it's interesting too
That was
because
a lie too.
Johnny
And
Depp
more
has a
than
ton of
just a
money,
lie,
right? So
it
he
was an
can
act of cruelty.
put on this trial,
Mr.
pay a
Depp
bunch of attorneys, right?
will go to
Most
his
people
grave
can't do that.
knowing that whatever he does, there are people
And the other
out
thing
there in
is
this
that
world
is,
who will always believe
especially
that
with
he
Elon
did
Musk
abuse
buying
women.
10% of Twitter, maybe 15% because he rejected the board seat.
This is a case
You know,
about what
there's
Ms. Heard
talk,
said.
rumors at least, that cancel
also a
culture will
case
be
about
somewhat
what a man
diminished.
named
This
Adam
case, I
Waldman
think,
said.
would cancel culture more than
Adam
any other
Waldman is a
case,
lawyer
considering the
who
fact
worked
that
for Mr. Depp.
all these women are running to these
After,
media outlets
again,
claiming that they
timeline.
were abused with
After
absolutely
Mr.
no
Depp
evidence,
filed this case against her,
exaggerated claims.
Ms.
You know, the other
Heard
thing is this kind of
filed her
hinges
own
on
claim against
their
Mr.
experience
Depp,
in Australia.
which is also the subject
And
of
according
this
to what I've
trial.
heard here, and I don't know that much about
In
what
her
happened
claim,
down there,
Ms.
but
Heard said
I was in the
that
United
Mr.
Kingdom.
Depp defamed her
they were talking about
because
Australia.
Adam
Apparently, she
Waldman,
claimed
his attorney,
that
made
Johnny
some
Depp kept her
statements to
hostage
reporters
for 3 days
denying the truth
in Australia.
of her claims of abuse.
Hostage.
I don't like
Yeah, it's outrageous. I mean, there's like hundreds of people who are witnessing this,
Ms.
right?
Heard
Because they're
chose not
on
to
a
name
movie
him
set or
in her
producing a
claim.
movie or something. I mean, they have
And I won't
assistants.
take
It's
up
not
too
just
much
like
of
they're
your
regular
time
people down
with a
there.
discussion of her claim against Mr. Depp, except
So
to
there's
say
no
two
way that she
things.
could have been kept hostage. I mean,
The
it's just
evidence will
incredibly
show
outrageous
that
that she
those
would even
statements weren't
imagine to make
made
that
by
claim.
Mr. Depp.
You
They were
know,
made
they used to say
by Adam
extraordinary claims
Mr.
require
Waldman, the evidence
extraordinary
will show,
proof,
is
but
not under Mr.
that's
Depp's
typically
control.
the case unless you're a
The
woman
statements
claiming you
were
were
merely
abused.
Mr. Waldman's opinions.
Did she try and
Made
take
in
out? Yeah, she got a
justified
restraining
defense
order
of
against
his
him, right,
client
initially?
And friend, Mr. Depp.
And then,
Oh, well,
Mr.
facts.
Waldman believed
I don't
those
either. It got
statements.
crazy.
And finally,
So
at the end of the day,
this is happening in
Mr.
Virginia,
Waldman's
right?
statements
And it's over a Washington
merely
Post article?
reflected the reality that we intend to prove
I
in
think
this
so.
trial. That Ms. Heard's portrayal of herself as a victim of
I'm really
domestic
surprised they're live
violence
streaming this.
at the hands of Mr. Depp is a
Yeah,
lie.
it's crazy. If this was in federal court, they wouldn't live stream. So
Ms. Heard, as you know, is an actress. When she accused
maybe
Mr.
you and I
Depp
should
of
just start
abuse,
filing all
and
our shit
painted
in
herself
state court
before
and
the
ask for
world
video
as
cameras.
a
I know,
representative of
right?
abuse
They
victims
put that in the
everywhere.
complaint right up front.
Ms. Heard took on the role of a
I
lifetime.
would like to request that Long Crime
She can't back down.
stream this proceeding.
She has been living
Yeah,
and
with a
breathing
link
this
to
lie
the reporter's
for years
email.
now.
Yeah.
And she has been preparing to give the performance
Dude, look
of
at
her
her.
life
She's
in this
smirking,
trial.
man. It's terrible.
But this trial is about
She
the evidence.
literally looks like she got blown
It's
out
about a
last
man's
night.
reputation. And it's about his whole life.
She probably did. She was
ability
probably
to
doing some
walk down the
cocaine or
street,
something. I don't know.
Look people in the eye
It looked like
without
it's
having
not
to think
behind you.
he's
She's
an
gonna
abuser.
fight. What Depp's
It's
attorney?
about the truth.
Yeah.
And the
She's
truth
definitely
will come
cute.
out in this trial.
She
At the
seems to
end
be,
of
I
the
mean, like,
trial,
she
we will
doesn't
ask
have
you
like
to
the
render a
polish
verdict
that
for Mr.
maybe a
Depp.
seasoned attorney does, but
We
she's
will ask you to tell
extremely
the world
focused here,
that he
which
is not the abuser
is
Well, I mean,
critical.
she's
and
like
that
an
she was
eight
not the
lawyer
victim
and probably like
she portrayed.
6 real life.
And we will ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did.
Well, it's kind of
was
surprising
wrong.
that they put her up
Thank you
as the
very much.
front,
Thank you, Ms.
or
Vassny.
at least the first attorney, because
All right.
they were trying to
Ladies and
present
gentlemen,
like
it's
a
a little early,
sympathetic
but maybe we
case,
should go
right?
ahead and take our morning
attractive
break,
attorney.
just
Look,
it's a
he looks
natural point to have a break before
totally
we have the
relaxed
second
with her
opening
as well.
statement, okay?
Like, he looks like
So why don't we
he's
go ahead and
got
take a
chemistry,
15-minute
like-
recess? Just remember, do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay?
In
All right.
those situations, if you're a man, you should hire a woman. But I don't know. It kind of seems to us she just like touched him, just like kind of gently patted him. But they always say to hire a woman. But you know, sometimes it works, but most of the time it doesn't. You just gotta hire like the person. Damn, that judge is looking rough.
Yep.
You gotta hire the person who can best articulate your case.
It's true. Very true.
You gotta find the
Simple
person
question.
who can best.
And that question is, were the words
Simplify,
that Amber used
marginalize
in the
your
December
cases.
18th, 2018 opinion piece that was published in the Washington Post protected free speech under the First Amendment or not?
What do you think about this guy?
That is the question, and that's what you're being asked to decide. At the end of the trial, the judge will explain to you what the law is on defamation.
He seemed a little more put
and
together
what Mr. Depp's burden is to prove in order to
than
establish
Amber's
defamation.
second attorney.
And she'll tell you a lot of things about the law.
He didn't do bad.
But among them, she will tell you that Mr. Depp will have to prove
But this is a
that
mess.
the
You know what
words
I mean?
Ms.
Like,
Heard
they don't have
used
prominent
were about
attorneys.
him and that
Like,
they were
is there
false.
such thing as a prominent attorney? No. They're all
If he
fucking
can't do
bugs.
that, and if he can't meet the other elements of the claim, then he loses that
I
claim.
think Johnny Depp's got like Charles
And he can't do
Harder in
that.
there.
He can't come close
He's
to
somewhat
doing that.
prominent.
And
I
for
think
that
he's
reason,
represented
you're
Trump
going
in a
to
couple
hear
actions.
in this
and I think
trial,
he also
Mr.
represented
Depp's team
a
is going to
couple
make
other
it about
celebrities
trying to
before that,
distract
but
you from that very simple question.
I have no idea what he looks like. I don't know if that's the guy
Mr.
who's
Depp's
right or
team
not.
is going to try to turn this case into a soap
I don't
opera.
think it is.
Why? I'm not really sure, because the evidence isn't pretty for Mr. Depp. It's not.
Oh,
You're
here
going
he
to
goes
see who
into
the
all
real
this
Johnny Depp is.
drug use, and
Behind the red carpets, behind the fame, behind
allegations
the
of
money,
abuse.
behind the pirate costumes. You're going to see
the pirate
who that man
costumes.
really is.
What do you think? You
Amber
think
is gonna
Johnny
tell you
Depp looks
about it.
like?
You're going to hear who he really is from other witnesses.
Look,
And you're going to
he
hear
looks
who he
okay.
really
I mean,
is
like he seems
in
like
his own
he's
words.
normal looking.
In the vile, graphic, terrible
not super
messages
depressed or
that he
anything.
wrote about Amber and ways he used to describe Amber and what he wanted to do to Amber.
I mean, if anything,
the
he probably
earliest days
feels
that they
great
were
that he got
dating,
to this point.
Through their marriage and after their marriage.
Yeah,
You're going
I
to hear
mean,
about
they
that.
tried to collateral
But this
stuff.
case isn't about that.
Yeah, I mean, they could
This
have
case
dismissed his complaint.
isn't about a day-to-day chronicle.
You think they
of
would have
their
used like
marriage.
some sort of collateral estoppel
not about
based
who
on
is the
his
better
UK
spouse.
claims, but I don't think they could because I
It's
think
not
that
about
was
who you like
in a
more.
completely different jurisdiction.
It's not about
right?
which party can sling more mud.
But it's the same set of
But
facts.
you're going to hear a lot of that in this trial.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're going
I
to
guess
hear
we
that
should investigate more
because
how he
that's
got around
what
it.
Mr. Depp wants to turn this case into. He wants to turn this case into a 6-week-long public spectacle of the most intimate aspect of their relationship and their marriage.
It may be a different event.
And you know what? I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we're going to have to do that. I'm sorry that you're going to have to list all of it. And I'm sorry that Amber's going to have to relive that. But that's the case that Johnny Depp chose to bring. And we're not going to stand idly by and let him sling mud at our client and make inflammatory and false statements like you just heard in opening and not let those go unresponded to. But ultimately,
It is harder to bring a defamation
this case
case
is
in the
about
UK, apparently.
is about the First Amendment, about that December 18th, 2018 op-ed piece,
Yeah, she's
and
looking
whether
decent.
Ms. Heard's freedom of speech and the First Amendment,
Okay,
give
so
her
they're
the right
asserting
to
a
say the
First
words that
Amendment
she said.
defense.
that right, that freedom of speech is what Amber Heard is asking you to uphold and protect in this lawsuit. And that's a very
Got to
simple
throw that
question.
in there right up front, right?
the question you could decide this afternoon. And it does not
Zoom
require
to,
you to
this
all of
basket
the other
case attorney
things.
here.
And he is so upset. He was a good friend of Johnny's as well. He'll testify
She kind of,
about
it
all of
feels
his
like she's at a
friendship with
cocktail
Johnny.
party
But
and
he
she's
put his
talking to her
foot down on
friends,
that one and
right?
said, you need to have consequences. You cannot do this to Amber anymore. I am not your friend anymore. Now, there were several people that were supposed to go to
You could
Johnny's
see
Island, Bahamas
Depp
Island.
took
in
offense to a
December
number of her
for
comments
Christmas.
here,
He was
more
gonna
so,
bring
I
his
think,
two
than the
kids.
first
He invited
defense
Amber's
attorney.
parents, who loved Johnny, and unfortunately
just
her
throwing
father
out
used to drink and
crazy
do drugs with
allegations
Johnny a
throughout
lot.
this whole thing.
And he was also going to take Rocky, her friend who lived next door in a penthouse, and her fiance,
Statements. Okay,
and
they-
Rocky's parents.
have these
Imagine
statements,
being able to
yada,
go
yada,
to a
yada.
Bahamas Island for
They
Christmas.
come
What
back
a
from
cool
lunch
thing
yet?
to
No, they
do.
have not.
But they all were so upset what he did to Amber on December 15th, they said, no, we're not gonna condone this, we're not going. But he talked Amber into going, he guilted her into going, I'm gonna be with my kids, please come, I'll be better, I'm gonna get better. Amber went. And then he ends up assaulting her even there, and sexually assaults her even there.
So,
Now,
oh,
you'll see
here's,
a video from
she just
them
made
of
a
the
sexual
Bahamas,
assault allegation against
the
Johnny Depp.
Bahamas, the
You see
place
how
that
she
they
threw that
stayed
in there?
in on his island. And the video just conveniently
I mean, it's just
leaves out
outrageous.
the wardrobe in the bathroom where he committed the assault. He just goes around and makes it look like it's a one room, and his kids were there, and there's no way they could have done that. But you'll hear the testimony and you'll see the pictures. Then, from then on, things really were bad for Amber, and she was really considering leaving him at this point. And she was talking to her friends and confiding, and you'll see, the medical.
So what do you think's going to
records.
happen in this case? You think they're going to
And
get to,
in February 2016,
like with Sarah Palin, I think
told
they
you
let the
you'll see
jury
that
deliberate.
video.
And then
that
the
same night
judge
before the video,
dismissed the
he called
case in the
Io,
middle of
Philip Wright, and
deliberations
left
or
him a
something.
voicemail message that
They're
he
gonna
said it
pull
was just
something like
absolutely
that.
Delusional. It was crazy. He was pretending like he was the property manager. It was just an insane call. And then the next day we have the picture of the video. Then we get to April 30th.
kinda
or
interesting
April
what the
21st, 2016.
Jury says they
Amber's
didn't
30th birthday
televise
party.
or
She was
live
gonna turn
stream
30 the next day.
jury selection, did they?
Pretty big event. Her friends had a tape that they put together of everybody giving their tributes. Johnny doesn't participate. They have a dinner and a party
Well, I
for
think
her
the
that
jury's
night.
gonna
Johnny says, I have a business meeting at 7 p.m.
find that the First Amendment
I'll be there
defense
after
is,
that. What kind of business
an
meeting do you
adequate
need to have at
defense.
7 p.m. when your wife turns 30? But that's Johnny, right?
That's really all they have
and
to
he can't
do.
say that it was an important financial one because he'd fired his
They don't even
financial
have to come to
manager
the
the
merits of
month
whether or not
before
her
when, as you heard
allegations
from
are
Ben,
true.
it was blaming him for all his financial problems, so he's the problem.
But if they were forced
So
to,
he shows up late, drunk, drugs.
I mean, there's no doubt that they would
And
say
after
they
everybody, and he's even drinking while he's there, and he's telling the other friends, and you'll hear from one of them, that he's saying, hide the bottle from Amber, hide the
How do you,
bottle from
more
Amber."
importantly, how do you
When
think
they all
this is
leave,
gonna
she expresses her disappointment.
impact the
He gets
zeitgeist?
mad and assaults her again, including
how women
sexually
bring
assaults
claims
her.
forward going?
Then he goes away, and he doesn't come back for a month. Now,
going,
this is an important
into
event,
the,
May
advanced
21, 2016. This is the last one.
Me
and
Too
this is
period
the
that
final
was kind
straw
of,
that leads
whatever,
up
I don't
to the
know if that still even
DVTRO, the
exists.
Domestic violence, temporary restraining order. So he says he's coming over to get some clothes, he's gonna go out on tour. She says, okay. He comes over, and his mother died the day before, and he's already in a state, he's been drinking, he's clearly high, and he comes in, and he's got on his mind this obsession that when she, on her
Yeah, I think
birthday,
you're right about
go back to her birthday, the next day she and her friends went to Coachella.
I think you're
But his
extremely right about
housekeeper
that.
had come in to clean after that, always
And
did. And
Johnny
the housekeeper
Depp,
had found
right, like,
some, feces
he-
on the bed, and had been
He's got a
upset about it,
reputation
taken
of
a
being a
picture and
bad
sent it to
boy,
him.
actor
So
in
all of a sudden, a
Hollywood
month
for many
later,
years.
he's
But
got it in
to
his
take
head
his
that
life
Amber has conspired with her friends
and to make him out to be a drug addict, to
defecate
be
on the
a
bed,
bad
human,
shitter.
not dog, even though they got two dogs
all
and
the
one
other
of them has
crazy-
major
they even
problems.
accuse him of
You'll hear
sexual
about Blue and
assault,
Pistol.
right?
And somehow
And to
Amber
make
was doing
all
this
of
so he
this
would get back there and find it, even
stuff
though he had no
public.
intention of coming back, and even though the housekeeper was there. And he won't lose
I
it.
think
He won't
shows
get rid of
that
it. He's
society is
just obsessed
unraveling.
with it. Then he decides
Not
that
necessarily
Io
the
was
trial.
right. Who did it? Even though Io wasn't at the birthday party and wasn't even in town. So Amber gets Io on the phone. Io's in New York. And she says, this is what Johnny says, can you please just calm him down, tell him this isn't true, tell him we didn't do it, we don't have a conspiracy here. And Io's thinking, what? And you'll hear from Io, he'll say, Amber's fecal phobia. I mean, she can't even, she's so embarrassed about that stuff, she would never conspire, never do anything like that to him. So they're kind of laughing at the absurdity of it, and that was the biggest mistake.
Well, that's
That
also
triggered his
interesting too,
anger.
because if you look at
And
the
then he
psychology of
started
Johnny
after
Depp and
started
taking
hitting
this all the
Amber.
way
He
down,
took her, grabbed
to
the cell
the,
phone from her, wound it up and
Matt,
bashed it into her face, and you
you're
will see the
thinking
pictures.
he has
you will see the
nothing to
bruise
lose, or
there,
at least
and you'll
he's
see the
probably
form
thinking he
of
has
it there.
nothing to lose, right?
Now, I was very, very upset. He's worried because he
It's
knows
already
about
public.
the December 15, 2015, and he says, Amber, get out of there, get
And at
out
least
of
he
there.
gets a
You know,
chance
you're
to put a
safe. You know,
defense on
get out of there. You know,
in the
as
form
Johnny's
of,
storming
prosecuting
around.
this
And he
defamation
calls
claim.
Rocky, who lives next door. And then he calls 911, and it's not clear whether Amber said call 911 or he said call 911, but he calls 911, but he's in New York, and he's genuinely concerned for her safety. So he calls 911 there, and he calls a friend in LA and says, please call 911 and just tell them this, so they get somebody there.
Oh,
so
I
we can
saw
get somebody
that.
fast. I don't know what's going on.
I didn't have a
So,
chance to really
the
peek
police
into
are
that.
called
What
twice.
happened there?
Essentially. And now, here's what happens next. Johnny goes around and he trashes the apartment before he leaves. He loves to do that. You're going to hear about his penchant for that. He does it a lot. And you'll see a picture of him in the elevator afterwards, leaving with his bodyguards. And he's a little agitated there. And the police are called. You will see pictures of Amber with metadata on them, both before, during, and after the police officers are there. But what happens is Amber calls her attorney, the one that she had consulted after the December 15 event. And the attorney says, if you press charges, they'll arrest him. And Amber says, I can't have that happen. I don't want his kids to know about this. I don't want the public to know. I can't have that happen. So when the police show up, she refuses to cooperate. She says, on the advice of my attorney, I'm not going to cooperate. But her friend, Rocky, whose fiance was there, Josh, at this point, he takes them around and shows one of the police officers all the property damage around the house as well. And the police officers say to him, look, she's got the red mark on there, you know, if you just give us the name, we'll go get him. And he says, I
There's a lot
can't, she
going
won't
on.
let me. So they leave. Now here's what happens and creates all of the, noise here that you're going to have to deal with.
Not to
So
mention
the
the
police
looking
officers
glass
don't
stuff.
make an incident report. They don't take a report. They don't document the property damage. They don't document the facial damage. Instead, they go out and they write on their CAD, that's their little system in there, they write verbal dispute only, victim uncooperative. That's their language for, we don't have to write a report. You'll see that the police officers have another one later, that night another, and they put verbal dispute only. That's their magic language. Now, that's notwithstanding that you will see these pictures, but Amber wasn't cooperating with them,
What do
and
you mean,
they
a
were
quantum
quite
simulation?
convinced she wasn't going to. So as many domestic violence, calls that they take, they're not gonna, this is one that they figure it's
You could say that
it's
about
gone.
anything.
Now, the other police officers come 2 hours later. They've cleaned up the place at this point. They don't know that these police officers are arriving, but when they do arrive there, they try to discourage them even from
speaking
coming
of
in.
Hunter
Josh answers the
Biden,
door,
yeah.
says, no, the other lawyers aren't.
When is
The
that
other
indictment gonna
police
come
officers
down?
were already here. And he says, and they say, no, but we just have to see her. And they have body cams,
Here's
by the
what's
way, so you'll
interesting
see the body
about
cam
that.
footage of this.
Is it keeps on getting worse.
So they go through,
Usually there's
and they
like
do that, and,
lulls in these
and one of the
indictments or
significant things is you'll see on the
investigations where it,
CAD
like, it's a little bit
that
better
the
or
two
there's
police
nothing.
officer sets are communicating with
Hits,
each other. And the first set
hits the
says,
bottom, you know?
I don't think she's going to change her mind.
But with Hunter Biden, it
And
gets
they,
worse
they know
and
who
worse
the
and
officers
worse
were
and
the
worse
first
and
time because
worse.
they say
I don't
Officer
even
Sons.
think you've
You'll
hit
hear this,
the
and you'll see
bottom
it in the body
of
cam
whatever
footage.
he was doing there.
So they
yet,
go through,
or at
Amber
least
says, no,
it's not been
everything's
released
fine.
yet.
You can see on there, and they leave. Now, the reason this is so significant is what they have done with this in creating, and that's part of the counterclaim. And what their version of the reality is that Amber calls the cops. Then they don't see any injury, so they mess up the place, splash a little wine, and then call another set of cops. Does that sound like the situation here? No. And it's really important to look at the evidence and think about this. You'll hear from many, actually, I don't know how many of
You mean the
police
Secret
officers we'll
Service
put
is
on,
like
but we
sending him
have,
text
between
messages?
4 and 6 LAPD
And he
police
was
officers
saying, no, I can't
who will
really
say
meet
those
right now
police
because I'm using the
officers, even when
bathroom.
she declined to cooperate, should
Oh
have
my
taken the
God.
report. They should have
So they
documented
showed
it, that was
them,
police
right?
policy.
And they
So
were
when
like,
faced
we're
with
gonna
this
get,
big public,
we're gonna tell the front
you know,
desk that you're a danger.
big public DVRO and all of the publicity later, now they go back to the police officers and say, hey, wait a second, you didn't take a report, you said it was a verbal dispute only.
Joe Biden's
They're
account.
stuck.
He's like, I'll be
You
right
know,
down.
if all of that was true, and they admitted it was true, then they violated policy by not doing the report, because they were supposed to take a report. So the police officers chose the other and
What a
said,
dumbass.
no, there was no evidence. But you're gonna watch it, you're
I
gonna see it in
mean-
real time, you're gonna see it on metadata. So Amber goes to get the domestic violence TRO. You're gonna see the
can't
letter
even-
that her lawyer wrote to
crazy.
Johnny Depp's
Where'd
lawyer
you find that, by the
week,
way? Was that in, like, the
telling
New York Post,
them
or was that
that
on
that's
Reddit?
what she would have to, she was going to do if, but giving them opportunity here to be able to resolve it, to get a mediator, you know, just make sure that she's safe, that she can stay in the residence until they figure things out, that she can
That's
drive her
hilarious.
vehicle
Imagine
until they
being the
figure it
Secret
out,
Service agent
you know,
and
some
seeing
attorney's fees, whatever, you're gonna see
text
the letter.
messages
And so they
being
knew,
exposed like
and
that,
it says
and
right
knowing
in
that you were
there,
trying to track
she's gonna
down
go
the
in
vice
on
president.
Friday.
Well, he was the vice
They
president
chose
at
not
that
to
point,
go, they
right?
keep saying ex parte, but
Or
they
was he a
chose
presidential
not to
candidate?
appear, and they knew she was going to appear.
Anyways,
Well, Amber didn't
one of
call
the two, like, they're
TMZ,
trying to track
but somebody
Hunter
called TMZ
Biden down.
to take all those photos that day.
You know what he's
Now,
probably
you also
doing?
heard them say that all kinds of
Why he
people
was
saw
saying that,
Amber
he
that
was
week,
probably getting
and
high.
she didn't have any bruises on her
Probably
face.
doing like cocaine or whatever he was
Well,
doing.
let me
in
show
there.
you this.
They're like
This
shooting
is
videos all over
what
YouTube
Amber
of,
carried in her purse for the entire relationship with Johnny Depp.
like they don't have titles and
She's
stuff.
an
but
actress. Do you
Hunter Biden's
honestly
videos,
think
they're
she would
doing
have
crack.
left her apartment ever without makeup?
Well, that's-
Do you
so
think
that goes
she
to
ever
the,
would have wanted other people to see her bruises
point
and
of
cuts?
this continually getting
was what
worse
she
and
used. She
worse
became
and
very
worse.
adept at
I've
it. You're
seen
gonna
worse
hear the
pictures
testimony from
every
Amber
single week.
about how she had to mix
There was
the
a story in the
different
Daily
colors
Mail
for the
where
different days
he was
of the
spending
bruises
$10,000 a night
as they
on
were, as they
penthouses
developed,
in
and the
Vegas.
different coloring, and how she would
in,
use these
I think it
to
was
touch those up
2019.
to be able to cover those. She also
and every
used
single
concealer,
night he was getting
foundation,
so
you'll hear from
wasted.
her makeup
And he had
person
Russian
that
and
Amber didn't
Chinese
even
drug
leave her
dealers
bedroom without
supplying
having
him with
foundation on.
cocaine
And one
or
of the
crack or
people that
whatever
was at the
he was
building
doing.
testified.
I mean, there
he
must have been
said she
Secret
had
Service
makeup on
agents
and it
around
would have
even
covered
then.
that bruise. So
And I get it that they're
that's the
there to
testimony on
protect,
that.
you know, the
Now, let me talk about the
protected
divorce
parties,
just
in
for
this
a
case
moment.
Hunter Biden and
So they go through,
Joe
they have the
Biden,
2
but
months
still.
of trying to resolve the divorce.
It's
Ben
crazy
already
that they
told
would
you that
protect
they signed a
someone
joint
to such a
statement in
degree.
which Mr. Depp admits that she did not make any of these allegations
I've ever seen.
falsely and not
No,
for
they already took
financial
a
gain.
recess too.
But they brought up
See,
the donations, so I
back
want to
on
talk to
yet?
you
No,
about the
it's not.
donations for a moment. Now, here's the
Dude,
story.
I'm surprised
Amber
that
didn't have a
Burmese isn't
prenup.
streaming
She didn't
this.
have a post-nut. She was more than willing to do that, but as I told you, Mr. Depp fired her lawyers and said, only till death.
Doctor today, right?
That's the only way we're gonna part is through death. We don't need a post-nut. We don't need a prenup. That's Johnny. It's true his advisors were all telling him, get one. And she said,
Yeah,
I'll
right,
get
you
one. And
wish.
she hired a lawyer. But anyway, she didn't have a prenup. So what you're gonna hear is that meant no matter what, whether it was abuse, adultery, irreconcilable differences, abandonment, doesn't matter. She's entitled to 50% of everything during that marriage. Well, he did Pirates 5, and he did 2 other movies during that time, and you'll see that he made $65 million during those 2 years. Half of that is 32.5. Amber didn't want that.
The
You'll
Rock,
see a letter,
Dwayne Johnson.
you'll see an email from her lawyer that she forwarded on to her agent, who
was.
became Johnny's agent later, saying,
talking
I want
about,
you to sign this because you're entitled to a
seventh
whole
floor
lot
crew
more
over
than $7 million. And I don't want you to come, basically, I don't want you to come back and sue me for malpractice.
yeah.
That's what her lawyer tells her. And then her lawyer says, I offered them even less than they.
Okay,
I
so
demanded
here's-
less
they-
than they offered. In other words, the $7 million was
They
less
have, like,
than Mr. Depp's
monitors
team
built
was even
into the
offering
desk
to her.
there.
And she said, I just want to be left alone. I just want to get out of
usually I've
this marriage.
seen
I
lawyers
don't
just bring
want
in
to, I'm not doing
MacBooks.
this for financial gain.
It looks like
So
they
she
got like,
didn't
oh, I
take
guess
the
that's
money.
the evidence.
So she
screen.
said, I'm going to donate all $7 million of this to charity, half to ACLU, half to Children's
Yeah.
Hospital. And then what happened was, this first, and by the way, the $7 million was paid
a
out over
surface
time.
back
It's
there,
installments. It was over, you know, and you'll see the documents, but it's over a couple of years, right? So his business manager,
think those
Edwin,
are better
received
than
the letters.
iPads?
He sends the first 100,000 out of the $7 million to each of them and says, this is a
Never
pledge
used the Surface.
towards the $3.5 million
Can
that
you,
I'm donating. She'll be paying that.
Can you
in
crack
installments.
those services?
So everybody
Can you,
knows
like,
she's
install
paying in
Android on it?
installments. You're going to hear differently from them now, but you're going to see that was the admission at the beginning. You're going to hear from Children's Hospital and the ACLU that they assumed this was a pledge paid over a period of time because
Dude,
that's
I
what
need
they
to get
do
a
because
new
of tax
iPad.
deductions and things of that nature.
For work.
So Amber she makes a $250,000 payment to Children's Hospital. Then she also makes a $250,000 payment to Art of Elysium, which is another charity that she worked for, and used to feed and used to do a lot of arts work with the Children's Hospital. She pays $350,000 to the ACLU. Now, in addition to that, she also was dating Elon Musk by this time. You'll find out that Mr. Depp is obsessed with Elon Musk, but she's dating him,
Johnny
so
Depp
he
is
gives
obsessed with Elon
$500,000
Musk.
to both of those charities.
She just throws
in
out
her
outrageous
audit. Now, she
shit
doesn't
like that.
claim that's part of the $7 million. But what happens is that she makes her payments up through 2018. Mr. Depp
You know,
sues her March
if you
1,
track the
2019
expansion
in
of
this
his wealth,
litigation. She can't
he gained,
afford
like,
right
the
now
$150
to
billion
be making those
during the
pledges.
pandemic in the
She's
last
got
2
to
years.
defend herself. But she has every intention of
He was worth
continuing
$2 billion,
to make those
I
payments.
think, like
She has
7
been
or
a
8 years
lifelong
ago.
person who has served charities. She used to volunteer at Children's Hospital 3 times a week when she could. She's very much that kind of person, and she intends to. And both ACLU and Children's Hospital will tell you they have no reason to believe she won't be good on her pledges.
Yeah, of
There's
course.
nothing that required her to do a certain amount at a certain time, and she will
Of
give it to them
course.
once she's able to afford it again.
That's what you need to become a
Now,
DARPA front man.
let me talk about the counterclaim for a minute,
Maybe I am a DARPA frontman.
and then I have to promise to let you go at some point, don't I?
Name a band that. DARPA.
So
I'm a
Mr. Depp
band.
has decided, you heard from Ben, you're gonna see some really, really terrible text messages from Johnny Depp on how he views Amber Heard. He calls her some horrific names. But in the summer of 2016, he vows he's gonna hunt her. He vows she's gonna suffer global humiliation. He says he's gonna live in her and she will never forget him. And he meant it.
Are you stealing
So,
my assertions about
In
Windows laptops?
The summer of 2018, you heard Ms. Vasquez.
How did you come to this
clear his
idea?
name, he can't be called a wife beater, etc.
Like,
But an article, an op-ed appeared on the Sun Times in London. They called him a wife beater. It was written by Dan Wooten, the CEO, or the chief editor of the Sun at the time. And he is writing because Johnny Depp is being cast in Fantastic Beasts 3. And so the article is, why is J.K. Rowling genuinely...
So there was, I've always pretty much had Mac laptops, like MacBooks. I've had a few Windows machines, but they always break within like 6 months because I'm pretty hard on machines. I use them like constantly. The MacBooks slow down, but they don't slow down as much. And it, of course, depends on like what year and what version. In between like 2010, I would say, and like 2017, before they introduced that touch bar, those MacBooks were like incredible. They never slowed down. They never broke.
My 13-inch Mac Pro is, it's like barely hanging on. My 2015, it's barely hanging on. It's so slow.
Well, now, yeah, because things have changed so much, especially with chips and the operating systems. Did you install a new operating system on that thing?
No, I upgraded. Well, no, I upgraded the operating system.
Yeah, that's why it's super slow. There's a bunch of lawsuits filed against Apple for deliberately slowing down machines after updates. But aside from that, if you hadn't updated, it would have been like smooth.
Thinking about just wiping it, copying everything and wiping it.
Probably be best doing that. The problem is then you have trouble installing newer apps. But it has something to do, I think, with the cores and the chip.
So you
Like they have
will
new
hear
firmware
testimony.
Interfaces.
Let me back up a little bit.
The Mac,
So you have heard from Mr. Depp's team that they are going to claim that Amber Heard abused Johnny Depp. You also are hearing from them that he says that she cut off his finger. When you look
Yeah,
at the
I saw
text
this
messages
by-
and you look at the emails,
buy stuff
you will
off
see
Amazon.
that
Oh,
in
wow,
every
his
one of
attorney's,
those,
like, really
Mr.
pissed
Depp
right now looking at this older
said to
attorney.
Dr. Kipper, to
You
David
can solve
Hurd,
that by
Amber's father,
buying
and to
dongles
others,
off
I
Amazon,
cut off
like
my
port
finger.
replicators.
You will see that.
So you buy that
He never,
USB-C that has
throughout
like
the
8
entire
regular
time he
USBs
was
on
married
it.
to Amber, ever claimed that she hit him. He never, ever, throughout the time he was married to Amber Heard, claimed that she cut off the finger. Only 2 years later does he, for the very first time, start claiming she abused him and start claiming that she cut off
I've
the
also
finger.
solved that
I'm going to ask you to
by
look hard at
installing
the
like a really
evidence in this
expensive
case, because the
KVM,
evidence is going to show that
which
it
is,
never, ever came up
a
before.
way to
Now, let's
replicate
talk
a
about
bunch
the
of codes
counterclaim
as
for a few
well
minutes. There's a few statements here.
and switch
Now,
between
they've
different
said,
machines.
why are you suing Adam
I
Waldman? You
bought one
heard
off
from
Amazon for
Ben
like
that Adam Waldman
It's been
didn't come
well
into
worth it, actually, but-
Johnny Depp's life until October 2016.
Okay, so
He
you
wasn't
just
there
install
for any of their
everything
marriage.
into the
He doesn't
KVM,
have any
right?
personal knowledge of their
And then
marriage.
you can switch
Everything
between
he does is
machines.
based on Johnny
So
Depp.
you have a remote control.
Johnny
So
Depp
if you have a work
used Adam
machine,
Waldman
you
as
have
his agent, and you will see a bunch
personal
of texts
machine, you
where
might have
he's
two personal
saying, yeah,
machines,
man,
you might
he's
have two
going
work
after these
machines.
people. He's doing all this stuff for
Switch
me.
between them
He's
all,
suing my
and they
business manager. He's suing the lawyer. He's going at, he's doing all this.
You
He's
don't have to
also
change your
going to the
monitor, you
press
don't have to change
and
your
making all kinds of
configuration.
statements about Amber
In this
Heard.
case, I have
And
it
those
wired up
statements
with DVI
are
cables
as follows,
and just USB-C.
Heather, if you can pull up the first.
Hold on. Let me, I gotta move for a second.
The first one is Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, there isn't any sexual violence hoax. There isn't any hoax at all. But he's out there affirmatively stating that she's got this conspiracy with her friends and she's making these things up. And it's very, very damaging and harmful to her. The testimony will be that these Depp fans take and run with these things. And you're going to hear from an expert who talks about computer-wise, when you search the hoax and you see that it just spreads out into the internet and the social media and generates a lot of negative publicity for Amber. Statement two, facts
All right, let's
as the sword.
pause that. Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said
Are we ready for the
afterwards.
jury? Or do we have the motion in limines? Okay, if I could just get those, I'd appreciate it.
Inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp.
So we do have the
Now, there
order
isn't
for
any
Ms.
sexual
Heard's motion
violence
limited, Your
quote.
Honor.
Okay.
Mr.
There
Depp's,
isn't any
Mr.
hoax
Moniz
at
and I
all.
just agreed
But
to
he's
it.
out
Okay.
there
I don't have it
affirmatively
printed, but I can
stating
tell
that
you,
she's
Your
got
Honor,
this
based on the
conspiracy
representation you
with her
gave me, it is
friends and she's
agreed.
making
Okay.
And we will have it printed as soon as I can, but we're not going to obviously hold up court with that.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. All right, are we ready for the jury then? Okay.
things up. And it's very, very damaging and harmful to her. The testimony will be that these Depp fans
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Your first witness?
We call Kristen Dombrowski.
Kristen Zombrowski? All right, Kristen Zombrowski. Is she outside?
She is.
Okay. Kristen Zombrowski. him? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Hi.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dombrowski. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Elisa Christine Dombrowski.
Ms. Dombrowski, what relationship, if any, do you have with Johnny Depp?
He's my younger brother.
How much older are you than Johnny?
2.5 years.
Ms. Dombrowski, I'd like to ask you a few questions about your and Johnny's childhood. Where did you all grow up?
We were born in Kentucky and we moved to Florida when we were kids.
Who lived in your household with you and Johnny?
Our mom, our dad, we have an older brother and older sister, and Johnny and I.
Who was the youngest child in your family?
Johnny.
Would you please tell the jurors what your relationship with Johnny was like when you were growing up?
Johnny and I were very close. With having the older brother and older sister, we were the two younger ones, so we were really close, and we basically were together all the time. We played together. We played Hot Wheels. We, played Batman and Robin, where we each had a role in that. And he's probably going to be embarrassed I say any of this, but, we practiced, karate kicks with each other and chopping. We were just friends. We were like best friends.
What was Johnny like as a young boy?
Objection, Your Honor, 404.
If you want to approach.
I didn't hear the objection there, but look like a relevance objection. It's interesting seeing that his sister kind of has the same mannerisms as Johnny.
As I was saying, Ms. Dombrowski, what was Johnny like as a little boy?
He was a shy, sweet little boy. He had a very caring personality, but also he was a little bit of a clown. He loved to, play tricks on us or try to scare us. He was a very typical happy little boy.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike 404.
Your Honor, I'm going exactly where I said I was going.
All right. I'll sustain the last part of her answer, and we'll go forward from there.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Ms. Dombrowski, how would you describe your parents' relationship?
That was complicated.
Would you please explain to the jury what you mean when you say your parents' relationship was complicated?
Our parents they had two completely different personalities, and where our father was also a very kind, patient, loving, gentle man. And our mom was the opposite. She was very high-strung, very nervous, anxiety, angry. So they were completely opposite people.
What was your mother's first name?
Betty?
Did your mother, Betty, ever get angry with your father?
Yes.
How would your mother express her anger toward your father?
She would scream, she would yell at him, she would hit him, call him names. that kind of thing.
Did your father ever hit your mother back?
No, Dad never reacted when Mom would hit him or scream at him.
If he didn't hit her back, how, if at all, did he react?
Basically, he would let her scream and get it out or hit and be done. And the way that you dealt with my mom, the way that he dealt with my mom was he always tried to keep the peace. So he never wanted to, he didn't want to engage in anything. So he was very, he would step back, and whatever it was that she was angry about, he would try to go ahead and make sure that he took care of whatever she was insisting that he do.
Is it fair to say he did what she wanted?
Yes, it's very fair to say he did.
What, if anything, did you and Johnny do while your mother was hitting or attacking your father?
We would leave the area. We would run and hide. We would go to our room, either we would go to our room together or, depending on where we lived, if our room was close, we would sort of run off and get away from it.
How did your mother treat you and your brothers and sisters?
Well, there's a similarity, in how she treated Dad. Again, she was very anxious, high-strung. She screamed, she yelled, she hit, she threw things. She called us names. We each had our own little special set of names. Some we wouldn't repeat, but so she gave each one of us a name. My name, for example, was Violet, which to some people it wouldn't seem like it's anything, but Violet was my father's mother, and my mom hated my father's mother. So that was my
She's
special
looking
name.
at the jury here as she
Wonderful.
speaks and testifies.
Did your mother have any special names for Johnny?
Yes, she did. She had a few, again, some to not repeat. Her favorite, I think, was, she called him One Eye. And she called him
Shows a little
that
bit of,
because
practice.
when he was young, the doctors thought he had a lazy eye, so they would put a patch on his good eye so that they would strengthen the other eye. So she used that as, a way to find a new fun name for him.
How did Johnny respond when your mother would call him One Eye?
He didn't respond in any negative way. Those names were just a way of life. We got used to them. We accepted all of it.
Putting aside the names, did your mother ever get angry with you?
Yes.
Did your mother ever get physical with you?
Yes, she did, but I was also very quiet, very shy, and I learned early on to stay back. So I was more in the background because I would constantly sort of stay in the background to stay away from trouble.
Ms. Dombrowski, when your mother did get physical with you, what forms did that take?
Well, she would hit us. She would throw things. She would have us go pick a switch, off of a tree, so that would be what she could hit us with, and make sure that we got one that was nice and green. So
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Why did it have to be nice and green?
Well, if it wasn't a nice green twig, it would snap. Those didn't break. If you got a dry one, they snap. They don't work the same.
Did your mother ever get angry at Johnny?
Yes.
Did you ever observe your mother hitting Johnny?
Yes.
How, if at all, did Johnny react when his mother would hit him?
He was a typical little boy where if it hurt, he would cry. that was it. I mean, for the most part, he just wanted to get away from it.
Did Johnny ever hit his mother back?
No.
What about when he got to be an older boy? Did he ever resist or hit her back?
No. No. When he was older, even if she hit or threw things, he never went to that place. He would get away. He would, leave the area, go to his room.
Ms. Dombrowski, did there come a time when you left the family household?
Yes.
When did you leave the household?
I left when I was 17. I was pregnant and got married and moved out into my own place.
How did it feel when you left the family to go out and go to your own place?
I think there's a bittersweetness to it. I was really young. I had just turned 17. But I was so looking forward to this new life that I could create that was different from what we had at home. And so it was a part of me that was really happy to be able to do this, really excited. And there was another part that was sad because I left behind my little brother and my dad.
If you could explain that a bit, how did, if at all, did your experience with your mother affect your ideas about what you intended to do with your own family?
Well, really early on, as a young child, none of what was happening in our home felt good. And so as I got older, both Johnny and I actually, we decided that once we had our own home, that we were never going to repeat ever anything similar in any way to our childhood. We were gonna do it different.
So Johnny felt the same way?
Absolutely.
When you
So I would
left
object right there
the
on
home
hearsay.
to start your own family, who among the original 4 children were left at home with your mother?
Johnny.
There's an error.
Did
by-
there come a time when your parents separated?
Yes.
Would you please tell the jury what
I would
happened?
also object on foundation.
There was our father one morning decided to pack up everything and leave early in the morning. We didn't know it at the time. I don't think, but I didn't. I didn't live there. I was at work. And then I got a call from my mom in the afternoon, right after she got off work. She called me, and I could. It was hard to understand
it's
her
kinda hard
voice.
on John.
She sounded faint,
Seeing his sister
And,
testify.
kind of
particularly when it
groggy.
involves his
But
childhood.
she kept saying, "He's gone, he's gone, he's gone." And I was trying to get out of her, "Was it Dad?" And she said, "Yes, your daddy." And I said, "Mom, are you okay? What's going on? Did you take your pills?" Because she took what she called nerve pills, and she said she had. I asked how many. She couldn't tell me how many she took, but I knew she was getting fainter
Okay, so
on the phone, and it was
it looks like she's
more clear to
looking
me
at
that
the
she was
jury
not
to try
in
and seem more
a good way.
sympathetic, maybe about
So I
some
called,
substance abuse issues.
I called
that
our
were
friend,
prevalent in the Depp family.
our parents' friend, actually, who was a police officer, and told him that he needed to get to Mom and what was going on, and so he got an
Planting the seed
ambulance.
That somehow this
to get over
substance
there to
abuse
her.
issue is rooted.
And this was after your
in
father
their
left?
mother.
Yes, this is the day.
Ms. Dombrowski, do you know why your father left?
I know at the time, because I did try to speak to him after, because Mom continued to not do well. At the time, he said that they had the last argument that he felt
Here's
that
kind of an
they
interesting.
could ever
burning
have. He
issue.
felt he needed
with
to leave home
this
this
courtroom.
time.
You see this
And
cord?
to
in
be
the
honest,
background
I
between-
didn't really understand. It had been so many years that he had been taking all of the,
Yeah.
all of her personality.
Must
And I
be-
didn't really understand exactly
trying to think of what this would be.
fully what that last argument was,
It's like an electrical
why it was so
wire,
intense.
probably
We did
powering,
learn many years later in
the
our
judge's
adult
computer.
life that what he was referring to when he said he,
location.
I guess the objection's hearsay.
Your Honor, again, I think it's
Okay,
not
so here
offered
we
for
go
the
with an
proof.
objection here,
It's
say what I was
offered
talking
for,
about earlier.
for the
But again, I
the
think
abuse
this
and the
is a-
culture in which,
I'll sustain the objection.
thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
And it should have also included foundation.
Did your mother recover after she took the pills?
yes. She continued to not be well, but she recovered.
And after that time, did she ever take more pills than she should have?
She did, but she didn't do it to the degree that she had at that point.
And going back to the incident that you described, do you know where Johnny was at the time your mother took those pills?
Johnny was home.
Did there
I think
come
he
a
was-
time?
I'm
Oh, excuse me.
I'm sorry. I think he was sleeping at the time. I think he woke up when Mom came out and the ambulance came.
So he saw all of that.
Yes.
Objection, foundation.
Did he see that? She said
Well,
she testified he was in the home.
He was in the home, but was she in the home? I guess, how did she know? So I'll sustain to foundation.
Thank you.
See, there's the
Did there come a
foundation.
time when Johnny left his mother's house?
Yes.
And after Johnny, what did Johnny do when he left the house?
Objection, foundation.
All right, I'll sustain his foundation if you want to lay a
She-
foundation.
Were you in communication with your brother at the time?
Yes. He came and lived with me for part of the time.
So I think that. So what did your brother do after he left your mother's house?
He lived in different places. He lived with me and he lived with another family.
The audio in this.
Did
photo
you and
is
Johnny
created,
continue to communicate
You
with
can
your
see the
mother Betty
microphone
after you
is-
both left the home?
Not
Yes.
directly in front
Yes,
of the
we did.
witness.
And after
It's not only-
what you have described, why
Off to
did
the
you
side.
and Johnny
So there's an
continue
offset
to
there.
communicate with your
But
mother?
it's also not directly in front of the witness's mouth, which is
I
unusual
think
for
she's already laid the foundation. They're very close. She was in
a
communication.
high-profile
sustain the
trial.
objection
You'd
if you
think
want
they
for
would
this
have that
particular
completely
question.
set up in the.
Why did you continue to communicate with your mother?
Because she was our mom and we loved her. I mean, we knew, even when we were younger that things weren't, they didn't feel right, but what we understood was that, Mom had her own upbringing, so she had her own past and the way she was raised would affect the way she lived. And so she, in our mind, she was doing the best she could do. We sort of treated it like she did the best that she could do with the tools that she was given, from her life in the past. And what we decided to do was we just decided to get new tools. We chose different tools from that.
And when you say
If I was
we,
a
to whom
juror,
are you referring?
I'd pick up on a few
I'm
things here.
referring to
She
Johnny.
seemed very coached.
I'll overrule that objection. All right, next question.
She's getting
Thank
a
you,
little
Ron.
uncomfortable here too. As
Did you ever
goes
live
down
with your
this
mother
rabbit
again
hole.
after you and Johnny had left the house?
I did live with her briefly. She had gotten diagnosed with asthma when we lived in Florida, and she needed to move to a drier climate. So Johnny moved her to California, to Palm Springs for the drier weather. And I moved also so that she wouldn't be alone. So I lived with her for a period then.
And if you could just please elaborate on what role, if any, Johnny played in your mother's move to Palm Springs.
he was the only reason the move could happen. He purchased her a home and paid to have everything moved out there.
Did there come a time when your mother ever left Palm Springs?
She moved from Palm Springs to be a bit closer to where Johnny and I lived in the LA area. She lived there for a bit, and then ultimately she went back to Kentucky. She had her siblings were still there, and a couple of them weren't doing well, so she wanted to be closer to them while she could.
And after she moved back to Kentucky from Palm Springs, did there come a time when your mother became chronically ill?
Yes.
When was that?
2011.
Would you please describe briefly what her health condition was as of 2011?
In 2011, she was living in Kentucky, and we received a call that she had been diagnosed with the final stages of Parkinson's. But then when another doctor looked at her scans, they felt it was something different. So we had the scans brought to a doctor in California, and they suggested that she come out and see a neurologist right away. So Johnny got a plane, a private plane, and he and we flew to go pick her up and bring her back to California to start seeing the doctors.
And when she moved back in 2011 to California, was that
well-spoken.
a permanent move?
It became basically a permanent move. She still had her house in Kentucky in the hopes of her being able to go back and forth, but her health basically kept her in California, so she lived here or there.
And by that time, 2011, when she's moved out to Los Angeles, had her treatment of you and Johnny changed in any way?
Yes, mom softened as she aged. She totally softened.
And once your mother moved to Los Angeles permanently in 2011, what role, if any, did your brother Johnny play in her caretaking?
Objection, foundation.
All right, I'll sustain as the foundation.
To what extent, if any, did your brother play any role in her caretaking?
I think that's still a foundation objection.
Do you have knowledge of whether your brother had any role in her caretaking?
Yes.
Would you please explain to the jury, because I think Her Honor needs to hear whether there's a foundation.
Picture
Okay.
looks very
I'm sorry.
uncomfortable.
Yes.
He's laying back in his chair.
When we
Now he's
brought
sitting.
Mom out, over time, she had multiple
Head is tilted.
other illnesses that came up,
Really is
and
extremely uncomfortable.
Johnny he dealt directly with the doctors like we
Feels like
did.
he's trying to numb
Hired
himself
private nurses so
to
that we
his
could make sure that
testimony.
Mom was taken care of. He basically
So he became
Johnny was the
increasingly
he took all
numbed out
financial responsibility for
as his
anything and
sister
everything
started
Mom
talking
could
about,
need or want during this time. All medical care,
now
doctors,
maybe he's
hospitals.
looking at his phone. I don't.
How do you know that?
No pad in front of him.
I was directly
Probably
involved.
can't use a phone.
Is it fair to say you saw Johnny do those things and have those interactions?
Yes, I was there. I was directly involved in all of that.
Did you witness your brother having any interactions with the doctors relating to your mother's care?
Yes.
How often, if at all, did your brother visit your mother, Betty, after she came to live in Los Angeles in 2011?
Objection, foundation.
Were you ever present with your brother and your mother when you all were visiting?
Yes. Mom lived in a house that was basically across the street from Johnny. It was a house that he has on his street. And I was there, quite a bit. Johnny was pretty much down there every day, a couple times a day. Mom, like, she would see them all the time. One of her favorite things was watching Johnny take the kids to school and waving at them, because she never got to do that before. So
Who were your brother's kids?
Oh, Lily Rose and Jack.
We'll get to that in a little bit. Did there come a time when the family was considering putting your mother in a hospice?
There was, there were conversations with the doctors that we should start to consider that, since we weren't 100% sure with the variety of conditions that she had, what we needed to do.
So Depp's attorney
The idea of
during this line of
hospice
questioning is
was something that
very
felt
good
like,
job.
since we didn't know a time frame,
coaxing
the idea of introducing
Depp's sister
you
along.
know,
but he's also
new nurses
very
or something,
easygoing,
you know, at a certain point in someone's life where they recognize there's a difference.
not overly aggressive.
And that could be you know, frightening for them. So we didn't want to instill any fear. You know, Johnny's big on mom not having fear. So instead, that's when we hired nurses, so that the nurses could be there 24/7. And, you know, and she would have people continuously throughout her life that she
Okay, so they're
knew
just trying to lay
that they
this
were friendly
foundation
and,
that
you know,
Depp
cared for.
cares for women.
Did you
cares
actually
for his
have a
mother,
conversation with
care
your
of
brother
his,
about the possibility of
family.
your mother going into hospice?
in particular
Yes.
women in his family?
Did he express an opinion about it?
Yes, well, this is where it all comes from, because the idea of hospice, which is an amazing thing, but for someone who, when you don't know, with the variety of illnesses, you don't know
So
what a
if I was
timing
Depp's
is.
attorney, I would tell him, whatever
The
you
idea
do,
of introducing it,
stop making these
new
crazy
people,
body
is
gestures
something that becomes almost a signal,
at the counsel's table.
you know, and
because
this was a very big discussion. This
if
is
I were
why
a juror, I would
nurses
see
were hired.
that, and I would be like, you know, what's going
Was
on?
this
here?
just one discussion, or was it a series of discussions?
Because his sister is testifying to
It's-
one thing,
I'm not
and then I see Johnny
asking for
Depp.
hearsay, I'm just asking about whether it was discussed once or a number of.
Contradicting
I'll overrule the
essentially.
objection. Go ahead.
Was this just one discussion, or were there more discussions among you and your
smooth,
brother
if he was
about how to care,
straight,
how to best
wasn't
care for your
making
mother?
We had
body
continuous
gestures
discussions.
one way or the other.
As a matter of fact, I mean, there were daily
If he
updates.
needed to sort
He
of
knew
like
every
chill out
day,
or numb himself to the
everything
testimony,
that was
the only thing
happening
he should
with
really
Mom.
be doing is focusing on the notebook. in
whether he
front
was
of
in
it and
town,
writing.
out of town because he was working or traveling. He had. I made sure, because it's hard when you know that someone wants to be there and they can't. So I made sure to fill him in on everything.
It's not offered for the truth of it.
No, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Did you ever see Johnny's children, Jack and Lily Rose, over at your mother's house across the street from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Ms. Dabrowski, I'd like to change subjects right now, if that's all right, and ask you to please tell us a little bit about your work life. Did there come a time when you worked in the entertainment industry?
Yes. I started working when we moved from Florida to Palm Springs. This is why I lived for a short period with my mom. I got a job at one of the studios in Los Angeles.
Which studio was that?
It was Columbia Pictures. My title was, I was an executive assistant to the executive vice president of comedy development.
And what were your job responsibilities when you started there?
Depp got her that job.
I handled my executives' daily schedule, meetings, budgets, scripts, phone calls, and then in addition to that, we had there were 4 other executives,
a
and
juror,
they had
here's what I
assistants.
would
So
think from
my desk was
this sort of line
also
of
to
questioning
oversee
is
those assistants,
that
and when we had writers come in, I
Depp
oversaw those assistants as well.
Got his sister
Sounds like a big
a
job.
job.
It was a good job.
How long did you work at Columbia Pictures
As
Television
a
in that role?
means to
I think
kind
it
of
was about a year and a half.
getting
Why did you leave after a year and a half?
castings and
Columbia
whatever
itself
productions were coming
started
through
folding
Columbia at
different
that point.
departments,
And I
and
think
ours,
they
our
may
comedy
have produced,
development
like,
being
21
one of
Jump
them.
Street.
And so some of the employees
So
that
in the
worked
back
there
of
went
my
to work
mind,
for
that's what I would be
Sony
thinking, is
or
there's a seed
TriStar, other
placed
sort
for
of
a little
arms
bit of
of
manipulation there.
the corporation. And I was the last one there, sort of wrapping up the department to go on to my next job.
So after you wrapped up the transition, the closing up of the department, what did you do in terms of your work life?
I went to work with my brother.
See, I would object right there.
In what capacity? When you say your brother,
Foundation and relevance.
to whom are you
I'm
referring?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, when you say your brother, to whom are you
See, for
specifically referring?
occupation-
I
Well,
went
I
to
mean-
work with my brother Johnny.
There's an argument to be made.
What type
that
of
it's
things
sexually
did you do for
counterproductive
your brother
to
Johnny?
Depp's case, because it does show this sort of line of manipulation that he's got going.
Similar things to
Policing
what I
his
was
sister
doing with
as secretaries for producers
the other
and so forth.
boss that I worked for before, but with Johnny, he was, I was helping him anyway as a sister, bits and pieces before I started working with him. So there were things like travel and, meetings, setting meetings, making sure he had his, the scripts that were coming in and he knew, all the information about them. And, any kind of publicity stuff that he had to do. Because I really started to do this job with him because there was one time that I had gone to his house and I was helping him
This is exactly
get ready
why
to
I end up suing
go on a trip, and
every
his
single one of my
ticket,
lawyers.
I read it out loud and it said standby, and I said,
Telling
why
them
are
to
you
object
on
and telling them
standby?
what to do.
He had no one looking out for that kind of stuff, so I did all of that.
How, if at all, did your work for your brother change over time?
Well, over time, it sort of grew. Well, not sort of, it did grow. His agent, I worked sort of hand in hand with his agent, and, as she got to know me more and I got to know her more, there were other parts of her job, actually, that she would give to me. So, instead of just doing scheduling meetings and calendars and travel, now I become a person who's talking to producers or, as it expands, all the executives at the studios and studio heads, and I become a part of contract negotiation, et cetera. It just grew.
What role, if any, did you play in dealing with Johnny's movie contracts?
Movie contracts, because I know the history and because there's a certain amount of parts of life that are important, to a human being, not just to an actor, but to a human being. And I know the human being. I was part of mostly negotiating parts like there's an area called perks, and perks means anything and everything that an actor would need in order to perform his duties, and in order to to also move right to the location to do the duties. So I was part of all important dates that needed to be considered in a calendar, making sure the house was what he needed to have for the family, the travel to get there, making sure he had his staff, drivers, security, pretty much anything necessary was in that.
Ms. Dombrowski, can you give the jury some examples of some of the things you put on the perks list?
Sure. It was really important. As Johnny had a family, it was really important to be able to make sure that we were given the opportunity to find the right accommodations, and the accommodations for the children. A house that could give them a home away from home with a garden. All the travel to make sure that they all get there. There were really important dates that we carved out in every contract. For Johnny's kids, for their birthday, he never wanted to miss their birthday, so if he wasn't able to be with them because of filming, it was built into the contract that he had their birthday off, and he would have the day before and the day after, so that he'd be able to travel to get to them and then get back to working. So in addition to that, There's quite a bit. We also had it built in that
He certainly seems tense.
if he was to be away from his kids filming, if the
And
kids
teetering
couldn't
in his
travel,
chair
and
back
family
and
couldn't
forth.
travel to be there, we had in his contract that he would be able to fly back to them from wherever he is every 2 weeks. So he didn't go beyond every 2 weeks not seeing his children. It's that kind of stuff that, was important.
So the camera pans between
Ms. Dombrowski, do you know what a
the testimony
personal
and depth
manager is in the
two
context of the
important
entertainment
lines
world?
of
I do.
question. One was about
What is it,
his
if you could
mother,
explain it to
and
the jury, 'cause I
now is
just
about his
learned it
children.
myself.
So they're trying to get his
Well,
reaction.
I
to
believe it's
both
basically
these
what
subjects.
a lot of what I was doing. They work with their client on maintaining different items in their personal life, as well as projects coming in, production.
Okay, so all this
all of the representatives,
job role, technical stuff, I feel like is
it's a
completely
sort of a big
irrelevant.
scope of
Irrelevant isn't a word. I shouldn't
duties.
use that. It's not.
Has anyone ever referred to you
Um,
as Johnny's personal manager?
I have been called that before, yes.
Do you perform the responsibilities of being Johnny's personal manager?
I did.
Do you still work with Johnny?
Yes.
Do you also work with any of Johnny's companies? Or strike that. Does your brother have any companies associated with him?
He has a production company called Infinitum Nile.
What type of company is Infinitum Nile?
It's a production company.
The
We
audio issue
develop,
with
projects
the witness
for
box.
films or
Didn't necessarily
television
hear
or
her very clearly.
different things.
She said
And
that
putting aside your
production company
responsibilities
called
as your
Infinity
brother's
Box,
personal
I think.
managers, what role, if any, do you play in Infinitum Nile?
Infinitive Nile.
I'm president of Infinitum Nile.
When did you start working at Infinitum Nile?
Here's the other thing as a juror.
From the beginning.
There's a lot of stuff in the press about Johnny
in
Depp
2004,
mismanaging
I think
his
we
assets as well.
started in July
Income from movies and so
2004.
forth.
And would you please
She's
explain to the
president of
jury
his personal
some
production
of
company,
some of your
Infinitive
responsibilities as president of Infinitum Nile?
That raises some red
My
flags. for me.
duties as president were I oversaw everything within the company, the staff where we were developing projects, where,
Here's the other thing, you've never
maybe
heard
there's a
of
book that
Infinitive
people want to
Nile
develop
before.
into a film or a
This is
TV show
perhaps
or different
arguably the
ideas. So
world's
I
most
oversaw
famous movie
that,
star, and you've
oversaw
never
all
heard of his
the
personal
all of the
production company.
development.
That seems a little bit like something
Their schedules
that's
with
maybe
meetings
mismanaged
with
here.
different people to take those projects out. To
And she's talking about
pitch.
projects. So what projects?
Documentaries. There's so many
Short films.
tasks to that job. I don't know how to really lay them
Where
out.
she comes off a little bit. Not
Ms. Dombrowski, when did the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie come out?
I think it was 2003. I think.
Again, I could be completely
What
wrong about that.
what was your brother's role in Pirates?
But as a juror, that's what I'm
He
thinking.
was
with
Captain
limited
Jack Sparrow.
information.
Fair to say that was the lead?
That was the lead.
How did the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie fare at the box office?
It did very well. I think it surprised people and did very well. People really, they loved, they loved the entertainment of it, the total ride.
Did the success of Pirates 1 change Johnny's career in any way?
I would have to say yes. The success of Pirates 1, it became Johnny, with that role and other studios and everybody seeing the success of that film and how the audiences reacted to that character, there was a whole lot more people wanting to be in business with him.
And did the success of Pirates 1 change his personal life in any way? Or his day-to-day life?
It did. Because where prior to that, he was able to go out somewhat, he could go to different stores, go to bookstores, go to restaurants. When Pirates 1 came out, after that, he was much more recognizable now. So many people loved that character, and so he was much more recognizable. So it became harder for him to go out in public without having a lot of people come around that, rightfully so, wanted to meet him. And but then it also became really big, and so we had even people that were chasing in cars. So we had to, at that point, we had to get security team to kind of come in and help us manage how this all works.
Who is Jerry Judge?
Jerry Judge was basically Johnny's head security.
When did Jerry Judge start coming to work with your brother?
Well, we started working with Jerry Judge back in the 90s, because Jerry had his own security company in London, and when we would go over there for press or premieres or whatever, Jerry was the one, that set everything up. And we became really close with him back then. And as things grew with Pirates, we brought him over more and more, for some of the items that we had, some of the work that he had, if it was a show or whatever, and brought him on. And then he started just working basically on every film with us after Pirates, probably right around that time.
How long did Jerry Judge work with you and Johnny?
Well, again, we met him in the 90s, and around Pirates is 2003. And Jerry was with us up until we lost him.
When did you lose him?
We lost him a couple years ago to cancer.
What was Jerry's relationship like with Johnny?
Objection, foundation, Your Honor.
All right.
Did you ever see Jerry Judge interact with your brother?
Sustain the objection. That's leading the next question. That's fine.
Thank
All right,
you,
go
Your Honor. What, if any, observations were there any times when you saw your brother interact with Jerry Judge?
I saw the two of them interact quite a lot, and they loved each other. They were like, Jerry thought of him as like a son, and sometimes as a brother. They really did love each other, and so much respect both ways.
Move to strike all of that.
I don't think there's any basis to strike that. I think it was most responsive.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So it was overruled.
And I wanted to touch on something you mentioned a few moments ago when you were referring to Mr. Depp's children. I believe you said it was daughter Lily Rose and son Jack. Who is the mother of Johnny's children?
Vanessa Paradis.
Did Johnny and Vanessa Paradis ever
really
live together as a couple?
You got to
Yes.
feel sorry for her.
How long did Johnny and Vanessa Paradis live
Johnny
Together as a
Depp
couple?
made a mistake in leaving her.
I think they were together 14 years. I think.
And did their children live with them during the 14 years?
Yes.
How much time would you say you spent with Johnny, Vanessa, Lily Rose, and Jack?
When they were in Los Angeles, I would say I saw them all daily. Our office, where we work, our office was only 10 minutes from their house, so I would make trips back and forth, or every day after work, I would go straight to the house. So I saw them daily.
Would you please explain to the jury what it was like spending time with Johnny and his family?
It was great. It was great. It was a normal, happy family, you go there and the kids are playing and, you making dinner, everybody having dinner, cleaning up together, sitting around, laughing. It was great.
Did you have occasion to see your brother interact with his children?
Yes. Yes, I did.
What did you observe? What can you tell the jury about what you observed?
I'm proud to say, he's one of the most devoted fathers I think that I've ever seen. Like everything.
Okay, so that's an exaggeration.
Everything in life was about the children, but when he was with the kids,
If I was
like the attention that he would give
I would
them,
find that not
you know,
credible.
it was just constant playing with them, listening to them, you know, laughing with them, reading to them, Barbies. I mean, you name it, and he
Because there's
was
holes in
there.
that story. He's traveling around the globe.
Did you ever
shooting
observe
films here,
Johnny treating his children
producing the movies that
the way
he's
you saw
participating
his
in,
mother
so-
treat him when
No.
he was young?
No,
Have you ever seen Johnny hit either of his children?
no,
Have you ever heard your brother raise his voice at his children?
no.
That's not credible. Every parent.
You may have
raises
touched on it earlier, and if so, I apologize. But how, if at all, did Johnny communicate with his children when he was shooting a film?
Objection, foundation.
Were you
All right, I'll
with-
sustain the
That's a good-
objection if you want
that's
to
a good
foundation.
objection.
fair, understood. Did you have occasion to observe, were you ever with your brother when he was shooting a film?
Yes,
Did you have occasion to observe your brother communicating with his children while you both were there on set?
yes, yes.
So
When-
with that,
I'm
please
sorry.
please go ahead.
When, excuse me, when Johnny was filming, most of the time,
Now, Johnny's
the family
keyed in
was
right
with him.
here. He's
The family would
focused.
travel and go, you know, it was like I
Quite
said
interesting.
earlier, we would get a house and
Kind of
garden
contradictory.
and all of that to make sure that there was a home. So his family was with him most of the time.
What about when the children got older and they started going to school? Did that change in any way?
It changed in that they, you know,
So as a juror,
they
you
didn't want to
see
disrupt the
Johnny
children's
Depp
lives when they were
pop
going to school.
like
So
a Mentos,
if,
whatever
if
he had there.
dad had to go off and go work
Gave
and
one to
the
his
children
lawyer.
stayed
His lawyer
home,
popped one.
this is where we get into, we still maintained a home for the family wherever he was filming, you know, because they would, if they had the opportunity to come back and forth. But at the same time, Johnny would travel back every 2 weeks, you know, to see his kids.
And when you say he would travel back, who was it who made those travel arrangements?
I made the travel arrangements.
Did you have occasion to observe Johnny interact with the mother of his children, Vanessa Paradis, over the 14 years they were together?
Yes, I did.
Would you please tell the jury what you observed about the interactions between Mr. Depp and Vanessa?
Or, Your Honor.
This is directly relevant.
I'll allow observations. I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. What did you observe about Mr. Depp's interactions with the mother of his children?
They were a great couple. I mean, first you could see that they were friends. They were happy together. They got along great. It was a happy, normal.
I'll sustain the objection at this point then.
Thank you.
All right.
Did you ever hear your brother yell at Vanessa?
No,
Objection.
Yes, sir.
Foundation.
It's not leading.
Or,
To what extent, if any, have
Well, that wasn't the question, Mr. Chair.
or of course, the main objection.
Okay, I'll sustain on that objection. Next question.
what, if any, violence did you observe between?
I'll go ahead. Finish your question first.
Well, if I think you're going to sustain the objection, perhaps I should read.
Maybe we should move on. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Did Vanessa ever claim that Johnny ever physically abused her?
Objection.
No.
Foundation calls for hearsay.
All right. Hearsay objection.
Or.
So
It's
getting
not
more-
offered for the proof of it's what she observed,
Tit for
what she
tat.
heard. She was the personal manager, Your Honor.
That would be hearsay. I'll sustain the objection. Thank you.
Amber's attorneys are getting more intense with their objections as.
Did there come a time
allegations become
when
more serious.
Johnny and Vanessa separated after 14 years?
Yes.
How would you describe their relationship today?
Same objection, 404.
All right.
And calls
She-
for hearsay as well, and foundation.
I don't think it calls for hearsay, Your Honor. She's his
I
sister.
understand, but it's a character evidence issue, so I'll sustain the objection.
Who is Amber Heard?
My brother's ex-wife.
When did you first meet Amber Heard?
This is embarrassing.
I first met her when she came to the office
She
for
does not
casting
like
on
Amber
Rum
Heard.
Diary. Probably
You
late
can tell that right away.
2008, I think. Somewhere
Her
in there.
body language.
Did you see Miss Heard on set?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe?
When she was working on set, I mostly observed, some of the, I was there for some of the scenes, and in between, she was a bit sort of like, standoffish, had all, people, coming around her, but I don't really have that much time with her on set.
When was Rum Diary actually released?
2011.
She looks completely.
Was Johnny in
out.
that movie?
Yes.
What role, if any, did you have with respect to Rum Diary?
I was one of the producers.
And after seeing Miss Heard on the set in 2009, 2010, when was the next time you saw Miss Heard?
I think the next time I saw her was we were promoting Rum Diary towards the end of 2011, I think. I was not able to go on the full promotional tour where we do screenings for people around the country.
You see the
But I was
bags in
able,
her
because
eyes.
my
She
mom was
seems
sick, but I was able
like
to
she's taken
attend
on a lot of stress
the
in the
one
past
in
few
Los
years with this
Angeles.
case.
So I saw her at that.
See this blush
event.
all the way on both cheeks. Looks
What
terrible.
did you observe? So you attended the premiere?
I attended the premiere and
The other thing you
and
see here is that
the
Depp's
dinner
sister
afterward. Yes,
is,
Would you please describe for us what you observed at the premiere?
Amber Heard is apparently 35.
at the dinner.
At the dinner?
In fact, I think
Because
Depp's sister is probably.
I sat
older
outside
than
at the
her,
premiere. I
because
didn't
she's her
actually watch the
early
movie. I'd already
60s.
seen it.
In any event,
I sat at the same table.
it's almost like a parent
with
and a child. Sort
some of the
it's
other,
embarrassing for her to
people
even
involved
say
in the
that
cast.
Amber Heard is
So I
Johnny's
saw,
ex-wife, considering the vast age difference.
Johnny and Amber, they were seated together. I saw them talking quite a bit, and she seemed very friendly that night. Yes.
Did there come a time when you learned that Johnny and Amber were romantically involved?
I mean, part of you
Yes.
has to feel sorry for Amber
When was
Heard
that?
in this particular situation.
I don't recall exactly. I know it was
She's up
sometime
against Johnny Depp. He's
after
got millions
the
of
Rum
dollars,
Diary
tons
premiere.
of attorneys. She's been put in this precarious.
To what
position.
extent
She's
did
already
you
won
have
the case in
occasion
the UK,
to
however, so it's
observe
sort of like even?
Johnny and Miss Heard together early in their relationship?
I would see them. There were times when she would come and visit our mom. I would see her then. I would see the two of them then. I didn't really spend a tremendous amount of time with her.
Had you formed any impression of Miss Heard at that time based on your observations?
I did. I did. Look, I didn't know her very well, and I would spend time. Like I said, she would come to my mom's house. I've sat with her and my mom.
Checked on 404.
And I-
What was your impression of Amber?
Based on her she's describing what she observed, Your Honor.
Doesn't matter. It's still 404.
I don't think that's right, Your Honor. I think she's describing what she observed.
Right. We want to approach for a moment. Let's start.
Okay, so they're going to have a bench meeting about these objections. Probably going to talk about how questions are framed in terms of what Amber, or what Johnny Depp's sister believes that she observed. I mean, Depp looks terrible.
Did there come a time when your brother and Ms. Heard started to live together?
Yes.
And when did that occur approximately, if you recall?
I don't recall the timing. I don't recall the time frame. I believe
Very coached.
they had moved downtown.
Not credible.
Um,
She knows when they
to
moved
the Eastern
in.
Columbia building, but I don't remember exactly when that was.
What type of structure was the Eastern Columbia building? Was that a freestanding house or was it apartments?
It's apartments, and he had the penthouses on the top floor.
How many penthouses did your brother own on the top floor of the Eastern Columbia building?
I think it was 5 apartments.
Do you know who lived in those 5 apartments when your brother and Miss Heard went to live there?
I know. I know who lived down there. I know Isaac, a friend of Johnny's named Isaac, lived down there. I know.
Okay, so she can
Amber's
remember
friend,
exactly how many
Rocky,
floors
and her boyfriend
her brother bought,
lived in
the
one of
exact
the penthouses.
location, roommates, but she can't remember
Amber's
exactly
sister,
when they
Whitney,
were living with each other.
lived
Very
in one of
not
the
credible.
penthouses.
When you say Rocky, are you referring to Rocky Pennington?
Yes,
And was her boyfriend Josh Drew?
Josh Drew.
Did Rocky Pennington and Josh Drew pay any rent to your brother?
No,
What about Miss Heard's sister Whitney? Did she pay any rent to your brother?
no.
Do you know why your brother allowed them to live rent free at the ECB?
Because they were.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Foundation, we asked, do you know why? So if she knows, she can answer. Allow it all over.
She was his personal manager.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Did you arrange for handling a lot of your brother's bills?
I would give them to the business manager.
Yeah.
But I believe they were Amber's family and friends. That's why he let them live there.
How often did you see your brother when he was living with Miss Heard at the ECB penthouses?
We didn't see him as often. I didn't see him as often. He pretty much stayed down there. He didn't come back, towards where we were in West Hollywood very often unless he had a reason to.
And on those occasions when you did see your brother, what observations did you make?
He was always in a hurry when he was able to come back. He could never sit and spend the time. it felt like he was always trying to, get back downtown. He just seemed so much sadder. He did not seem himself. He was always, his person was much just sadder.
In that time period, when your brother and Miss Heard were living at the ECB, did you have occasion to observe them together?
On occasion.
Would you please describe for the jury what you observed on those occasions when you saw your brother and Miss Heard together?
I mean, there's different occasions. I've seen them together when they've come into the office. I mean,
when you saw them together, did they appear to get along?
Objection, Your Honor. Vague and leading.
All right, I'll sustain this to leading. All right, next question.
Did you ever witness them arguing?
Objection, leading.
All right, I'll sustain this to leading.
So he's got to provide foundation on the event,
Did,
the specific
in your
event
capacity
surrounding,
as Johnny's personal manager, do you
argument.
know whether your brother and Amber ever traveled together?
yes, they did travel together.
Kind of a jousting match here
There were,
between defense counsel and plaintiff counsel.
I mean, there were times when, when Johnny had to go do press or film, they traveled together.
What type of travel arrangements did you make for the two of them when they traveled together?
We would get a private plane that took them to whatever the destination was, and make sure that we had, the hotel accommodations taken care of. Part of what we did was to always make sure that we anticipated, everything. So we would do the travel, the hotels, cars, drivers. I would make sure that there was an extra hotel room, for trips when they would go.
Why did you make sure there was an extra hotel room when Johnny and Ms. Heard went on trips together?
Because they're...
Objection to the extent that the answer calls for hearsay.
All right.
I don't believe it does.
Okay, that's fine. You can answer, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. I booked the extra hotel rooms because if Johnny was at home or anywhere like that, he was able to, if they argued, he was able to leave the room, leave the argument, and go like he's always done and hide in a different room to get away from it. When they were traveling for, the different reasons for press or whatever, and we booked the hotel rooms, I wanted to make sure that there was an extra room, because it wasn't unusual, for them to have an argument. So I wanted to make sure that there was an extra room.
Did your brother ever have occasion to use that extra room that you booked for him?
Yes.
Objection, foundation.
All right. I'll sustain his foundation if you want to lay a foundation.
I think the foundation was she made all of the travel. Well, I can actually lay it through some other questions as well. She was personal manager. Whose idea was it to book an extra room for your brother when he traveled?
It was my idea.
And why did you do that?
It was my idea because, I saw a repeat happening in life when we were kids and arguments and fighting would start to happen. Our first thing was to go and hide and, get away from it. And since I recognized what felt to be a pattern that was a repeat pattern from his childhood, I wanted to make sure that there was a place that he could do just that.
Mr. Chu, the question was, did Mr. Depp ever use the extra room? And the objection was foundation. So if you want to lay a foundation of how she would have known that he used an extra room, and if not based on hearsay, that's the issue.
And I move to strike that. It's not responsible.
All right, I'll strike that. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you book your brother's hotel accommodations during the 14 years when he was with Vanessa Paradis?
Yes.
Did you ever book an extra room when he was with her?
Objection leading.
No.
Overall, I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
If you could repeat it, I don't think the jury heard that.
I'm sorry. No, I did not.
Did you ever hear your brother and Miss Heard argue?
Objection calls for hearsay. Also,
I'll overrule that. I'm good.
So you may answer that.
No.
Did you ever see or hear any physical altercation between your brother and Miss Heard?
No.
What can you tell us about what you did observe of your brother and Miss Heard together?
What, to me, when I saw them, to me, he was always trying to make her happy. He always made effort to sort of make her happy. I think she has a very strong personality, and my brother's personality came off much more soft at that point, to me.
I think it's a really critical statement in her
Did
testimony.
you observe
Very
any
credible.
occasions in which Miss Heard was nice to your brother?
Yes, I've seen her be nice to him.
Would you please explain
That
that?
adds to the credibility.
I've seen her be nice in offering to bring him a drink or get him whatever. I mean, just a typical nice. I've seen that.
Have you witnessed any occasions on which Ms. Heard wasn't nice to your brother?
I have, actually.
Would
I
you
have.
please describe those to the jury?
Yeah.
She's really interested in telling this.
We had, I had on one occasion, because this one really stayed with me. On one occasion, I was at the office and I had a meeting with Dior, who had wanted to sit with Johnny and talk about working together. And Amber had come in and asked if she was interrupting us, and we said no, and we weren't supposed to really talk about the meeting with anyone. But Johnny told Amber that I had just had a meeting with Dior, and that they were interested in him. Her reaction to that was she was in disbelief and sort of disgust, because she said Dior, why would Dior want to do business with you? They're about class and they're about style, and you don't have style. So it was the insulting kind of taking away that one moment, that insult is there. I've seen the insults multiple times.
Free
Actually.
advertising for Dior.
What, if anything, did you hear Ms. Heard say about Mr. Depp's physical appearance?
She called him an old fat man.
How did he respond?
That's really bad for Amber Heard.
I believe he's heard her call him that himself.
I find it very
Now, Ms.
credible.
Dombrowski, I'd like to ask you about a specific event that is relevant to this case. And just for the background, I'll say,
If you
did there
look
come
at
a
her
time in
Body language, though,
2013
right after she said that, it was almost
when
like
your
she-
brother was working with Keith Richards of the Rolling
Felt-
Stones on a documentary?
like a moral superiority.
Yes,
Were you
She
present?
just got one in against Amber Heard.
yes, I was present at the.
Was Ms. Heard there as well?
Yes,
If you could please tell the jury
kinda
how
like a power
physically
imbalance
close
thing here
you were,
going on.
or how far you were
Between the sister
from
and
Ms.
Amber.
Heard while the three of you were on the set.
I was right next to her. They had gotten there, and I was close enough that I hugged her, and was standing next to her. It was a small set.
If her body language was
And
stable,
when you were
particularly
standing
after
next to
making
her and
some of
when
these
you
statements, I
were
would find
hugging
it more
her,
credible.
what, if any, marks or physical
She
injuries
diminishes
did
a
you
little
see?
bit the
I
impact
didn't
of her
see anything.
statements when she sort of makes this moral superiority based.
Did
lack of a better
you
word, body
observe
language.
your brother's interactions with Ms. Heard while the three of you
Because
were on the
when a
set?
witness testifies,
Yes.
it's kind of like a 4D
What, if anything,
image.
did you observe
have the
her
body
doing?
language, which is a form of communication. You have
they
verbal
were
statements,
fine.
which is
she was laughing
maybe 30 to
and
50%
happy
of the
and
communication
holding his
that's
hand
being
and,
exposed to
leaning
the
on
jury.
him, hugging him. That was-
Did your brother hug him back, or hug her back?
Yes, but it was mostly her hugging.
And switching subjects from that time on the set, did there come a time when you learned that Johnny was going to marry Miss Heard?
Yes.
And this is a little complicated, so I'm just going to ask you in a
She
narrative form. I understand there
does
was
not seem happy
a
answering that
wedding,
question.
and that there were a couple of ceremonies. If you could just please describe that to the jury.
There was a wedding celebration that was put together on the island. So they had a wedding ceremony on the island. But prior to going to the island to do that, they actually got married in Los Angeles because they had to get married in Los Angeles because they couldn't get married, paperwork, etc., on the island. So they got married in LA.
How did you learn that they were going to get married?
We were already working on the celebration part, and I knew that the date was at some point they were going to pick a date to try to get married in Los Angeles. But I didn't know the actual date that had been decided until he called me, which was pretty much right before the date.
What was your reaction upon hearing from your brother that he was going to marry Miss Heard?
I was scared. I was devastated, actually, that it was going to happen as quickly as it was being pushed for. I actually tried to talk him into just waiting a little bit longer, just a little bit, and not rushing.
Why did you want him to wait a little bit longer?
There had been conversations about a prenuptial agreement that had been going on for a while. And as the date was approaching, for the island ceremony, there was no success in the prenuptial conversations. And I knew it was important. His representatives had explained the importance, and I knew it was important to him for his children. And we were rushing to do something without his children being protected.
Specifically, if you could explain to the jury what involvement you had in those discussions about a prenuptial agreement.
Objection is foundations to discussions with him.
She's testified about her.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think, what was your involvement in the discussions involving the prenuptial agreement?
Mostly it was, I spoke with the attorneys and the representatives so that they explained the importance of it and they explained the reasons behind it.
Move to strike hearsay.
I'll allow it.
That means you can keep going.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So that we could have further conversation and with Johnny and there was an attorney that they coordinated with for Amber. So that was where I was involved in the coordinating that part.
Which side wanted a prenup?
Johnny's side wanted a prenup.
And I believe what you said may have gotten lost. Why did Johnny's side want a prenup?
Well, the prenup was to make sure that his children were protected.
That's Jack and Lily Rose?
Jack and Lily Rose, yes.
Did your brother and Ms. Heard ever sign a prenup?
No.
Why not?
Amber didn't sign it.
Did you end up, despite your misgivings, did you end up attending the wedding the ceremony between your brother and Ms. Heard on the island in the Bahamas?
Yes, I did, but I also attended the actual wedding in Los Angeles.
And that preceded the celebration in the
Yes.
Bahamas, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to speak with Ms. Heard either at the ceremony, the formal ceremony in Los Angeles, or the celebration in the Bahamas?
I did. At the actual ceremony in Los Angeles, they had the ceremony at our mom's house, and at that ceremony, I didn't have occasion to really speak with Amber. She, Rocky, and Whitney, I don't believe wanted necessarily to speak with me on that day. I did after the ceremony was done. I was standing not far from them, and they were having a conversation. They were having a conversation actually about, about should they leak the information that they had already gotten married at the house to the press, so that they could, maybe they didn't have to worry about the island when they did the celebration. And Amber actually reached out to me and said, because I was standing 7-8 feet away from her, asked my opinion, what I thought about that, which I basically said I didn't know why they would do it, since all the information for the island was already out, and it wasn't going to help them. I didn't know why they would want to leak it at all, but it was up to them. I saw her on the island as well, but on the island she was actually extremely friendly when I got there, because if I'm honest, I debated going. I didn't really want to. I almost didn't, but I took my dad. Dad wanted to go, and I wanted to make sure that I showed up anyway, because I wanted to make sure that, honestly, that my little brother would know that I was always going to be around no matter what. But Amber was extremely friendly and thanked me for coming to her special day. You know, it was a very big day for her.
Can you remember any other interactions you had with Ms. Heard or your brother on the island at the celebration?
Interactions on the island?
She seems kind of.
Not really.
And when was the next time you saw Amber Heard after the
Distracted.
celebration on the island?
It would have been when she came back from Australia.
And I will get to that, Your Honor. Is it possible for us to take a very quick break?
Sure, you still have quite a bit of direct left, I assume?
I do have a fair amount, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we go ahead and have you take your afternoon break of 15 minutes, okay? Again, don't do any outside research and do not talk to anybody about the case. I know you're going to hear me say it so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Asperger's judge.
I haven't said yet. So let's see. I want to make sure. I haven't said yet. No, it's okay. I usually wait till the jury goes out so we can make sure. All right. So why don't we just go ahead and make it at 3:30 then? So it's close enough. We'll take 15 minutes for 3 then? Okay.
Your
We'll
Honor,
take,
may I just wait for
Yes.
one request?
Sure.
Would you mind instructing a witness? I think this will go for all the witnesses that on the breaks they're not to discuss their testimony.
all right. You understand that ma'am, since you are right now on the stand, you can't discuss this case, not even with the attorneys, okay? So don't discuss it with anybody till we get you back here in 15 minutes, okay? All right, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so Amber Heard's attorney is trying to prevent her from being coached.
Are we ready for the jury? Okay, we ready?
Before he takes the witness back,
Okay.
Your Honor, you'll be pleased, we have that second order fully
I am
endorsed.
very pleased.
Yes,
Put it in
both
my-
of them are completed.
That's great. I'll have an entry for my diary. Won't you, Mr. Murphy? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Yes, sir? Yes, we're ready.
My whole beautiful rant, you were on mute.
Well, talk more about Justice Matthew Cooper and what he has done to the court system in New York.
Talk more about. I'm gonna log on through to the computer. You can barely hear me. I'll call you back.
All right. So if you're watching the live stream, please do subscribe and like the video.
Be seated, and we're
It's
ready to start
incredibly
again.
important
Okay,
to
yes, Mr. Jim?
expose.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon
corruption
again,
in the
Mr.
judicial
Dombrowski.
system
I'm
in
told
this
that both
country.
you and I need to speak a
This
little
trial is
closer
going
to
to
our
be a great-
microphones.
Oh, sorry.
Entry point for seeing a number of these.
And when we took the break, I think you had just
corrupt acts.
testified that the next time you had seen Ms. Heard was when she had just returned from Australia.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you discuss with Ms. Heard when she returned from Australia?
We, excuse me, we met for dinner a late dinner, and she was telling me that she and Johnny had a fight in Australia, and I was trying to talk to her about the idea that that kind of fighting is not normal. It's too much, you know. It's not okay. But she told me that I needed to basically get down off my cross and mind my own business. She said that Johnny liked that she was feisty. You know, she was feisty, and then he loved it. And that Jerry Judge and I needed to stay out of her marriage. So that was the basic conversation.
Did you respond at all when Ms. Heard told you to get off your cross?
I just kept saying that fighting is not normal. This kind of fighting is not normal.
How close were you to Ms. Heard when you were having this conversation?
We were right next to each other, right? Like right here.
Did you see any marks or any discoloration on her face?
No.
Now, Mr.
She answered
Dombrowski,
that
I'd
very
like to
quickly.
shift gears again and ask you about the period in April and May of 2016. If you could please let us know, as of April 2016, what was the state of your mother's health?
Excuse me. Mom had been, she had been in the hospital for quite some time, and like a long, steady pace from November. So by April, she was, we knew that she was towards the end of her life. So that's what April basically was, and it went into May. In May, we gathered everybody to come say goodbye to her.
How often, if at all, did you visit your mother in April 2016?
She was in the hospital, so I was with her pretty much every day. I was a 24/7 when I wasn't, at the office or something.
Did you ever see Johnny at the hospital?
Yes.
How often did you see Johnny at the hospital in April 2016?
I don't know how often I saw him. I mean, he would come and see her, regularly. Even before that, when there was a period we were trying to help her communicate, and he, brought in, different type tools, pens, pencils, drawing, crayons, just to try to help her communicate. He came as often as he could. He was there quite a bit.
And when you said you called the family together in May, would you please explain what you meant?
We were told by the doctors that Mom was at a point where there was nothing else that we could do for her, and so that we should start calling anybody that wanted to, come and spend a little bit of time and say their goodbyes. So we did that. We did that in May. But,
And moving ahead to May 19, 2016, what was your mother's condition that day?
she was basically in a coma. She was medicated and just on machines, life support, where it was slowly going away on May 19th.
How do you know that?
I was with her.
Did you see your brother in the hospital that day?
Yes.
What happened the next day, May 20th, 2016?
Well, Mom passed away that morning. We had all the family was there. Johnny was there with his kids until the wee morning hours of May 20th. My kids, my sister, we were all there spending our last bits of time, and everybody else had gone home. And Mom passed away probably a few hours after that, maybe 5-6 hours after that.
Who was with your mother when she passed?
I was.
Who, if anyone, told Johnny that your mother had passed?
Sorry.
Take your time.
I did. I called him and I called my our other siblings to tell them.
And I'm sorry, I know this is painful. How did Johnny react when you told him that your mother had passed?
Well, he was sad, but there's a relief that suffering is done. So. He was mostly trying to make sure that I was okay, and I was going to leave and not stay there and, sort of take on everything by myself.
So he asked about how you were doing.
Oh, yes, that became quite a big topic. Yes.
Ms. Dombrowski, did you see Johnny the next day, Saturday, May 21, 2016?
I did. I'd gone to his house the night we lost Mom. I think we all kind of gathered our children, right? And I had my sister with me, so I had driven her back on the Saturday, and we were going to go to the funeral home. So I was while I was waiting for her, I went to go check on Johnny and see if he was okay, and wanted to go.
And did you check on Johnny Saturday morning, the 21st?
Yes. I went to see him because we had talked about maybe he would also go to the funeral home. But when I got there, he seemed upset because he and Amber had been fighting.
what else happened when you first met with your brother on the morning of the 21st when you were talking about going to the funeral home?
I went to go see if he was going to go with us. I got there, he was upset. Excuse me, because they were fighting. I got upset because of the day that was chosen to fight. But I went ahead and left and went to the funeral home with my sister, and then came back that evening.
Why were you upset about their fighting on that day in particular?
We had just lost our mom the day before, so I feel like that, you know, there might be the need for a little compassion, no fighting on that day.
Did Johnny end up going with you to the funeral home that day?
No, I went ahead and went, and he was gathering his stuff because he had to go pick up some items because he was going to go on tour.
Did you see Johnny again that day once you left him to go to the funeral home?
Yeah, I came back that evening. I came back. I was taking care of my sister for a bit, and then before I left to go home, I stopped at his house to make sure that he was okay, you know, and I saw him then.
And what happened when you went over to see that he was okay?
He was talking to a couple of people. I saw him briefly. He seemed to be all right, and I spoke to Jerry Judge, and they had just come back from him picking up items down at the downtown at the loft.
So when you met him the second day that time, when you met him the second time that day on May 21, did you meet with him at his Sweetser house or at the ECB?
No, I went to the Sweetser house. He had gone down to the penthouse to pick up some of his stuff because he was going to be leaving, you know, to go on tour. And I just stopped by after they had just gotten back.
And as of that time, the evening of May 21, your mother had just passed. What plans, if any, had been made for a funeral service for your mother?
We hadn't made any plans for a funeral service. We wanted to wait until we could get, you know, all the friends and family, because we weren't expecting the date necessarily. But we wanted to wait till we can get all friends and family to come together to have more of a dinner, like a celebration like Mom would want at her favorite place. So we waited. We decided to schedule it like a month or so out instead of immediate.
So you had referred to your brothers having plans to go on tour that next week, obviously not knowing that his mother was going to pass.
Right.
What, if any, other formal events had been planned for that next week before he was going on tour?
Well, he had the premiere for Alice that was on the Monday night. Mom passed on Friday, and the premiere was Monday night. And then he was going to take a flight after that, immediately after the premiere. He had to get on a plane to go to New York to meet the band and go on to Europe.
And when you say Alice, just so the jury may understand, if you could please explain to them what Alice is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Alice, and I'm so sorry right now. I don't know if it's Alice Through the Looking Glass, maybe was that one's name, or the Alice in Wonderland Disney series, where he played Hatter.
And so that that premiere for Alice in Wonderland was going to be on Monday, and what day was Mr. Depp planning to go on tour with his music band?
He had to be there Tuesday morning. So we had to schedule it. It was very tight. We scheduled a plane for him immediately after the premiere. He would get on the plane.
So he was expected to leave on Tuesday. So how long was he supposed to be on tour?
I believe it was a couple of months, something like that.
Going back to the premiere, how, if at all, did your mother's passing affect the premiere of Alice in Wonderland?
We didn't let anybody know that Mom had passed away. We kept that really close to just our, just family and friends, because he had to go do the premiere, and with the premiere he's on the carpet, and on the carpet he does interviews, and it didn't feel right on many levels to have him where people knew that Mom had passed away, and while he's trying to do interviews to sort of give their condolences and their sympathies and all of that. So we kind of kept it just with us so that it wouldn't become a worldwide thing, and he could just do what he was supposed to do and do his job. And
Did you think he could handle hearing all that sympathy at the premiere?
I didn't think he should handle it. I thought it would be very hard on him. It would be very hard, question after question, and condolences. And
Did there come a time when Ms. Heard filed for divorce from your brother?
yes,
When was that?
I learned that she had filed on the Tuesday morning. After that premiere of the Tuesday morning, I was at the funeral home, and I got a call from the attorney to let me know that she had filed.
Where was Johnny when you learned that Ms. Heard had filed for divorce?
He was already in New York and getting ready to travel to Europe for the tour.
How did you react initially when you heard from Mr. Depp's attorney that Ms. Heard had filed for divorce?
I mean, I think understandably, I the timing of this, it made me sick, actually. It really made me feel ill. It made me sad, frustrated. I can't even find the word to describe how I felt when I heard that the divorce was filed the day after, while I'm at the funeral home.
You didn't think the timing of Ms. Heard's filing was appropriate?
I did not. I thought something like that might have been able to wait.
It's a really interesting comment right there.
Did there come
Very
a time when you learned that Ms. Heard had also filed for a restraining order against Johnny?
Yes. Yes, I think I heard that also from the attorney. I believe the day before. It was a Thursday, I think.
So they're
I
trying
learned
to
that
plant
one.
this egg that she
So
was
this was 2 days
counting
after your
this
brother
terrible
had
event
left for New York?
Yes. Yes.
in Johnny
because I
Depp's
was
life.
shocked at that. I was shocked at that, and concerned that he was out of town and didn't know if he needed to be there. He was gone, you know. And I was asking the attorney, and they said, no, he doesn't have to be there. No one has to be there. Amber won't be there. No one will be there, just attorneys. It's a very simple process.
Did Johnny attend the restraining order hearing?
No, he was not in town. He wasn't in the country.
Did you see any press coverage of the restraining order hearing?
Yes, I did.
Would you please tell the jury what you saw or read?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Not asking for the proof of what was in the articles. It's a present sense impression.
Relevant. Why is it relevant?
All right, I'll sustain it to hearsay and relevance.
Okay. Did you see was there press coverage of the hearing?
There was a tremendous amount of press coverage.
Did you read any of it?
I did read some of it. I saw some of it.
Putting aside the truth or falsity of what you saw, what did you see?
Relevance
Why is that relevant?
and hearsay.
Was
All right, I'll
the
sustain the objection. Next question. Okay.
how did you feel when you read the press?
Relevance. How the witness felt is irrelevant.
What's the relevance?
I think it's
He's got to
relevant
talk
to her
about the
testimony,
actual
Your Honor, but I can move on.
article,
Okay,
or
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
you can't just go into the
Moving
press.
ahead 2 years in time,
It's actually a
did
critical
you
line
see
of
Ms.
direct-
Hurd's Washington Post op-ed when it was published
See,
in December 18, 2018?
Yes.
What did you think Ms. Hurd's op-ed was about?
Relevance.
It's entirely relevant. They're trying to argue somehow
he needs to lay the
that,
foundation of when the
people didn't
article was
understand
published
what-
and maybe what the title was.
what the op-ed meant. We heard an opening where there was,
I want you to approach,
Yes, Your Honor.
please.
So when they're approaching here, that's exactly what they're going to talk about, is how they lay this foundation properly. I wish my boy would call me. Let's see. The oddest judge here is telling Johnny Depp's lawyer exactly, what he's permitted to ask here, or at least listening and saying yes or no.
Ms. Dombrowski, have you had any discussions with your brother about the op-ed?
Yes.
Object to anything after the yes is hearsay.
I'm not sure if it is or not.
It's a yes or no question.
Okay, all right, next question.
As Mr. Depp's brother and as his personal manager, do you have any understanding how the publication of the op-ed has affected your brother's career?
Objection, foundation,
Nah, yeah,
Your Honor. and
he's got to lay
hearsay.
more foundation. She's going to sustain this.
I don't know if it's
You-
hearsay.
I apologize, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
that's fine.
But she has worked with her brother for
I'll
several
allow that.
decades.
Let's see where the answer goes.
You may answer.
I'm sorry, would you mind asking it again?
Do you have an understanding of how the publication of the op-ed has affected your brother's career?
Yes. The op-ed is written with the way it was written, the wordings within the op-ed make it very clear of a time frame.
Director, to answer that question again, maybe you should ask it again.
How has the publication of Ms. Heard's op-ed, putting aside for a moment its relationship to your brother, its references to your brother, how has it affected his career?
I believe there's a negative effect on anyone's career when there's accusations, as there have been.
How has it affected him personally?
Objection, foundation.
She's his sister, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Personally, I know he doesn't want people to feel that that he could ever be that type of person, which he isn't. And to know that actually that is something that is attached to him now, which trickles down to his children, where I think that part, more than anything, is the part that has bothered him, the fact that his children have to, have this in their life.
Ms. Dombrowski, do you believe that your brother physically abused Ms. Heard?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Do you believe that Ms. Heard is a public figure representing domestic violence?
No, I don't. I believe the opposite.
Excuse me. I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you,
Thank
Ron.
you. You can strike that answer, please. Thank you.
As his sister and as his personal manager for decades, are you aware of any occasion on which any woman other than Ms. Heard has ever accused your brother of any type of physical abuse?
Objection, foundation, hearsay.
I'll allow the answer.
No.
If you're tuning in,
How
please
has
do
Ms. Heard's
subscribe and
op-ed
like this video.
impacted your life?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have right now.
All right. I'll withdraw a question. Okay. All right. Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so cross-examination. We'll focus on her knowledge of the abuse allegations. So we'll see how wild this gets.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dombrowski.
Good afternoon.
So I believe we covered some of this, but just want to make sure. So you're employed at a company your brother owns, right?
Yes.
It's called Infinitum Nile?
Yes.
Is that right? And it's Mr. Depp's production company?
Yes.
And you're the president of that company, right?
Yes.
Coming off very
And that
strong.
is your only source of income, correct?
I have other projects that I work on the side.
It's your only job, right?
It's my full-time job, yes.
Right. And job-wise, you don't have any other sources of income other than Infinitum Nile, right?
Other projects, I have the opportunity with other projects to make more money.
All right.
He's going right to her motivation and intent in making
Your Honor, may I approach?
All right. If you could just show counsel what you're
statements that she
approaching
made
with.
during her testimony. he's gonna try and tie the fact that she worked for his production company as a
He's just giving, I think he's just giving copies, Mr. Chair.
reason for
Oh, I assume it wouldn't be.
making those statements consistent
Thank you.
with abuse to
Yes,
protect
please.
sort of like, the income she's getting from her brother or the business itself. So a document was passed to Depp's sister. This is not shown to the jury.
Ms. Dombrowski, do you
It's not
remember
on the
giving a
screen
deposition in
that
this
they have in the
case?
courtroom.
Yes,
And just a couple months ago, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And you remember before you started that deposition being under oath, right?
Yeah,
Okay. And you swore to tell the truth?
yeah,
And you were asked questions by counsel for Ms. Heard, and you gave answers, right?
yes.
Could you please take a look at page 19 of that deposition transcript in front of you?
I'm sorry.
And do you see on page 19, line 8 through 10, you were asked a question, do you have any other sources of income other than from infinitum nihil? And you answered no, job-wise, no.
Right,
Did you see that?
I do,
And was that testimony correct?
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
But it's the same as what I said today.
Now, you have a huge financial interest in your brother's career, right? The money that infinitum nihil makes comes from money that Mr. Depp makes, correct?
It hasn't always historically, no.
What else does it come from?
We've had deals with other entities, companies.
And for the most part, the better your brother does in his career, the more money infinitum nihil makes, though, correct?
I don't think it's exactly like that, no.
And you have your brother has done projects that infinitum nihil has been the production company for, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you have a financial interest in that company, correct?
I'm an employee.
Are you employed by his other companies as well?
I'm employed by Infinitum Nihil.
Are you employed by the other companies that your brother has?
No,
Where do you receive your paycheck from? Infinitum nihil?
Infinitum Nihil.
And you have a financial interest in how infinitum nihil performs financially, correct?
I have a salary that I get, so that's not a financial interest if you're asking if I get a piece of the pie.
Yeah.
No,
You wouldn't consider salary financial interest? Is that your testimony?
I consider it a salary, yes, but it sounds like you're asking something different. I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah, so the bottom line is you draw a salary from infinitum nihil,
Yes,
and that's your brother's production company, correct?
yes,
Now, you feel protective of your younger brother, always have, right?
yes,
And you testified earlier today about Mr. Depp's reactions to some of your mother's anger growing up.
Mm-hmm.
How old was Mr. Depp during the periods you were talking about? Like when he was a kid? Is that basically what you were talking about?
The reactions to Mom's anger began as when we were children, and we've had the same reaction always, was to leave.
Right, and when you were testifying earlier about Mr. Depp's reaction being to leave, you were referring to when he was, before you left the house, when he was a kid, right?
Yes, but we left the house not too far apart from each other, but yes.
When Mr. Depp would leave as a child during the times when your mother was angry at him, was he addicted to drugs back then?
No,
Was he addicted to alcohol?
no,
You testified a little bit about Mr. Depp's former partner, Vanessa Paradis. You were friends with Vanessa, right?
It was a family, so.
Right. You considered her family.
Yeah,
Right.
she was part of the family, yes.
Right. And you were friendly with her?
Yes,
You liked her?
yes.
You were happy that your brother was with her?
I was happy that my brother was happy.
Yeah. And you didn't want to see him split up from Vanessa, did you?
You know what? I wanted both of them to be happy. It didn't matter to me if they split up or not.
You were devastated when they split up, weren't you?
I don't think I was devastated.
Were you happy about
I
it?
don't know if I'd object right here.
No, I wanted my family to be okay.
What were your emotions when you learned that your brother was splitting from Vanessa?
If I had to say, I was probably, a little sad for both of them, but beyond that, I don't really recall big emotions.
And you were sad because you were losing her as part of what you just testified was your family, right?
No,
You weren't sad about that?
no.
Now, on May 21st, 2016, you were asked some questions about that, and I know your mother's passing must have been very tough, so I'm not going to ask specific questions about that. I'm going to ask questions about the next day just to make sure that I had your testimony right. Can you remind me, you said you saw your brother the morning of May 21st?
I stopped by there at some point in the daytime, in the early part of the day.
Approximately what time?
I honestly don't remember.
Was it before lunch?
I don't remember the timing. It was just daytime.
It was daytime. And you testified that when you stopped by there for the first time that day that you were upset because it seemed like he and Amber had been fighting. Is that what you said?
I said
Depp
that
seems super zoned out.
they
drugged
had
out,
been
whatever it is
arguing.
Right now. Closing his eyes like that.
they had been arguing, and
Very
I said
poor
that
body language in front of a jury.
I didn't love that they were arguing on. It was a horrible day to argue on.
And that was, your testimony was that you were upset that they had been arguing when you stopped by that during the daytime, right? Okay.
By the way, if you're watching again, please subscribe and like the video.
Now, you have no understanding of any of Amber or Mr. Depp's communications leading up to May 21st, correct?
I don't know that I have a lot of that, no.
Okay. But your testimony is that when you stopped by during the daytime on May 21st, that they had been fighting and that made you upset. Is that right? I'm just trying to understand what you testified to.
It's not that it made me upset. I found it upsetting.
Did you ever become aware that they hadn't actually seen each other or communicated at all before he came over at 8 p.m. on May 21st?
Foundation.
She's testified that she said that they were fighting earlier in the day. I'm asking her if she ever became aware that they hadn't actually seen each other or talked that day.
I'll allow the question. Just go ahead.
I'll ask it again. Did you ever become aware that Amber and Mr. Depp hadn't seen each other or talked that day before he came to the Eastern Columbia building the evening of May 21st?
No, I just know that what I understood was that they had a fight, whether it was over the phone or I don't know. They were arguing.
Now, when your mother was in the last days of her life in the hospital, Amber visited her, right?
Amber did come one time by herself, if that's what
I
you're
would
referring
object
to.
on
She did come one time.
hearsay.
Shortly before Johnny was also coming.
And she visited her actually more than one time, correct?
I don't recall her visiting on her own more than one time, no. I remember her coming one time because I didn't know she was coming. And Johnny was actually also coming.
Right.
So they ended up there together.
I guess I'm a little confused because you just testified that she only visited one time.
Alone. This is what I'm saying. I only remember the one time alone, where she showed up alone, I only remember one time. And Johnny came shortly after she was there.
And other times she visited with Johnny or other people, is that right?
She visited with Johnny sometimes.
During the time that Amber and Johnny were together, you became aware that he was using drugs and alcohol excessively, correct?
Objection beyond the scope, correct?
All right.
Your Honor, she's testified to what she observed during their relationship. I think it's within the scope.
Your Honor, I think her testimony is that she's never observed Mr. Depp using drugs. I think this is beyond the scope.
No, I'll overrule the objection. You can ask the question.
Oh, wow. Fireworks begin.
Did you want to ask the question again?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
During the time that Amber and Johnny were dating, did you become aware that he was using drugs or alcohol excessively?
I became aware that he had been drinking, and during the time they were dating, I became aware of, at one point, a certain medication, yes.
And you formed the opinion that not only had he been drinking, but that he was drinking excessively, correct?
I don't know that I formed excessively, but he was drinking.
You became aware that he was using booze, right?
I knew he was drinking.
And you knew he was using cocaine, right?
I never saw him do that, so
You became aware that he was using cocaine, correct?
I never saw him use anything like that. I became aware of people saying that.
And you became so concerned about that that you told your brother to stop using cocaine, correct?
I don't know that I remember telling him to stop using cocaine. I think I might have told him anything that he was doing, he should stop doing.
Heather, can you pull up Exhibit 214, please?
I think this bolsters her credibility. She seems very honest.
Your Honor, I'll obviously move for admission before it's published to the jury.
That's fine.
Just wanted to make sure it wasn't going to be on their screen.
If you're watching, please do subscribe and like the video.
Can you flip it? Just trying to figure out how to rotate this, Your Honor.
If it's coming from her computer screen, you have to rotate it on there. I mean,
Okay, so
figured
what
it.
they're
all
doing
this is doing is
Rotate the
mirroring
screen.
whatever was on the
Here.
computer screen. There's nothing we can.
is
All right.
getting these monitors set up so that
Sorry
they
for
can
the delay, Your Honor. I
show
appreciate your patience.
Yes, sir.
the exhibit to all the parties plus the jury. So I don't think it's been shown to the jury yet. He has to admit it. But the parties can see it. Here's another weird thing about this trial. They should have this set up and ready to go. This is a pretty high-profile trial. These monitors and the technical difficulty should already be taken care of.
What's on the screens,
Okay.
not on
All
the
right.
laptop, so that's the difficulty.
Okay. I don't know. Do you want to unplug it and plug it back in just to see? To the system?
I mean, this is pretty embarrassing. While we have this interval, please do subscribe and like this video. Exposing the corruption in the court system is incredibly important. We have judges like Justice Matthew Cooper, who just retired, who had spent literally his entire career attacking and turning people into tabloids
All right, I think
for
we
his
have
own sport.
When you turn it off and on, it works at everything.
That's right. That's the secret. All right. That looks better. Ms. Dombrowski, I'd like to direct your attention to the four texts in the middle of the page. If you look in the from column, there's a name that says Christy Dombrowski and it has a number. Is that your number?
Yes.
And are those texts from you to your brother, Johnny Depp?
Yes.
And those texts were sent on or about February 5th, 2014?
Foundation.
Yes.
Your Honor,
Depp's
I'd move for
attorney's
the
gonna
admission
object at
of
a
Defendant's
certain point
Exhibit
here
214.
Any objection to
The
214?
foundation, the verification of the
Can
document.
I just say something?
No,
though?
just wait, ma'am. Just wait for a
I'm
question.
sorry.
Yes, sure.
They're discussing strategy, whether or not they should object. Boy, these lulls in the trial are critical points to kind of determine what foundation is going to be laid and what objections are going to be asserted. But again, please do subscribe to this channel and like the video if you can. Comment as well. Feel free to talk about any cases that you've been involved with or any of the misconduct that you have personally seen. I'll also be listing an email probably in the description of the video where you can email any allegations. Okay, here we go. About 10 minutes left of cross-examination. Judge is talking to her court reporter. Telling her to go back on the record. So we're going to have a little summary call after the day's events are over.
All right, so you're moving in 214, we'll receive it redacted? That's
Yes, Your Honor.
correct? Okay. Over objection, that's fine. And you wanted to publish just the redacted parts, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That's fine. Right
Okay,
now, you
so
just have the dates.
publishing
Is
the
that what you want to
redacted
start
parts
with?
to the
Yes,
jury.
Your Honor.
Okay. You can publish
Thank
that to
you.
the jury.
So now the jury actually can view this exhibit.
Okay.
Ms. Dombrowski, just because we can only show part of this page, do you see that these, you just testified these were text messages between you and Mr. Depp, right? And do you see that these text messages were sent on February 5th, 2014?
Yes.
The bottom three? Okay. And those bottom three, you just looked at when we saw the whole page, and I know it's a little cumbersome for the jury not seeing that, but you testified that the bottom three were text messages from you to your brother, right?
Yes.
Okay. Heather, could you just scroll to the right? Please. That's good. Thank you.
Showing the timestamps to the text messages.
So on February 5th, 2014, you sent 3 texts to your brother. You sent one that said, stop drinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said one that said, stop Coke, right?
Yes.
So I assume you weren't talking about the soft drink, right?
It doesn't appear to be.
You were talking about cocaine, correct?
I don't know what these are in reference to, so I remember they brought this up at my deposition, and these are something that they're. I don't know. I don't know if there's more context to them. I don't know what they're in reference to. I know what they say, but I don't know what they're in reference to.
And what they say is that on February 5th, 2014, you were telling your brother, Johnny Depp, to stop using cocaine, correct?
No, I wrote those words, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know that I was telling him to stop doing that. You know, in context, it would be different. It could be a different scenario.
Well, let's take it word by word. Coke, when you wrote Coke, you meant cocaine, not the soft drink, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you wrote pills, you meant prescription pills, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were telling him on February 5th, 2014 to stop drinking, stop Coke, and stop pills, right?
I wrote the words.
And did you have any reason to believe when you wrote that Mr. Depp had been on a bender recently?
I don't recall writing this, so I don't recall the context of it. I understand that the words are there, but I don't recall the timing or the writing of it. I don't recall anything about it necessarily.
You weren't joking when you wrote that, right? It wasn't a joke, right?
I probably was not joking, but you know, maybe I was repeating something that someone else told me to write.
You were telling your brother to stop drinking, stop cocaine, and stop pills because you believed that he had a problem with drinking cocaine and pills, correct?
I didn't believe he had the problem as much as someone else was trying to make me believe that he had the problem.
Did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Depp had been on a recent bender?
I didn't witness benders. I don't, you know what I mean? So I'm not involved in the benders.
Understood. I'm asking, at the time when you sent these 3 text messages on February 5th, 2014, did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Depp had been on a recent bender?
I couldn't tell you about February, whatever date that is back then, and what I would know at this moment.
Did you have any reason to be worried about Mr. Depp when you sent these texts?
Again, I don't know what was happening in life at that time. I don't recall that period, the dates. I don't recall I don't recall anything about that time. These texts, I know what the words are, but I don't know what the context is of them.
Right, and so I'm asking you a question as best I can, which was, when you sent these texts, did you have any reason to be worried about Mr. Depp's use of alcohol, cocaine, or pills?
Again, I don't recall the time period of sending these texts, so I don't know that I would have any reason at that time. I don't know.
Would you have sent the text if you didn't have a reason to be worried about his use of alcohol, cocaine, or pills?
I could send those 3 separate lines like that, 3 separate texts. I could do that if it was, there's different reasons that maybe I could do that. It doesn't mean that was me giving him a message.
Have you ever sent texts to anyone else to tell them to stop drinking, stop coke, or stop pills before?
It's actually a really good question.
Again, I don't know that I'm telling him to stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. That's what
She
I'm
didn't
saying.
answer it.
It's the context of this.
And I appreciate that, but that wasn't my question. My question was, have you ever sent texts to anyone else in your life telling them to stop drinking, stop coke, or stop pills?
I don't believe I've ever told anybody to stop doing any of those things in a text message, but I also don't know that that's what I was doing here, is what I'm trying to say.
But you wrote those words to Mr. Depp, right?
I wrote those words.
And you didn't love the behavior that Mr. Depp was engaging in around this time frame, did you?
I don't know the time frame. I don't know what time frame you're actually referring to.
Well, in the days leading up on or around February 5th, 2014, you didn't love the behavior that Johnny Depp was engaging in, did you?
I don't recall anyone's behavior from February 2014. I don't recall February 2014.
Would it refresh your recollection perhaps to see other text messages that you sent on or around this time to determine whether or not you were worried about Mr. Depp?
If there's other context, I guess. I don't know.
Why don't we do this? Heather, can you please pull up Exhibit 2?
Johnny doesn't look very happy. She's visibly agitated.
Your Honor, may I approach?
All right.
Thank you.
It's a good strategy to take a little break here. She seems visibly anxious. So Depp's attorney is thinking how he's going to rebut these admissions that she sent text messages asking Johnny to stop using cocaine. The other interesting thing here is that the judge is leaning over her bench to talk to the parties' attorneys here. It seems like an uncomfortable position. They're probably also talking about how this is going to be published to the jury if he does have additional text messages there. He's doing a very good job on cross, trying to draw out her concern for Johnny, her brother, using cocaine. And it did contradict slightly her earlier statements. is kind of a long little bench conference here. So while they're talking, feel free to subscribe to this channel, like this video. It would be tremendously helpful for me. Also, feel free to comment. I love bringing corruption to light, particularly in the judicial system. So any comments with knowledge of cases potentially involving you or others that you are aware of, feel free to drop those. The other thing is, I believe that the day ends, it should have ended already at 4:30 Eastern Time. So they're probably trying to pack this up a little bit. I wonder if they brought that clock in specifically for this trial. Usually they have a traditional clock somewhere in the back of the courtroom. Okay, here we go.
Ms. Dombrowski, do you recognize this document as a text message chain between you and Amber Heard on February 3rd, 2014?
Yes.
And you see the chain starts at about 5:20 p.m., right?
Yes.
And there's messages from Amber to you are the ones on the right, correct, in blue?
Yes.
And messages from you to Amber are the ones in gray on the left, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if you go, well, take a minute and just read that first page, please.
This looks like the second exhibit that they're going to try and get admitted and published to the jury. They have to show it to the witness, in this case, Depp's sister, first.
Does this refresh your recollection about a text conversation you had with Amber on or about February 3rd, 2014?
Well, I can see this as our text exchange.
Okay. And does this refresh your recollection about concern that you may have had about the behavior that Mr. Depp was engaged in on or around that time?
Again,
I'll allow that question. Go ahead.
I'll ask it again, does this refresh your recollection about behavior that Mr. Depp may have been engaging in around that time?
I remember this period and what Amber was believing that he was doing. Yes, at this period.
Okay. But does this refresh your recollection about your worry and concern for your brother Johnny Depp around this time?
I still don't recall having a severe worry around this time.
Okay. Well, before you didn't recall having any worry. So does this at least refresh your recollection that you had some worry?
She should answer yes or no.
Honestly, I don't recall having a worry. I've had worries in the years, but I don't recall having a worry at this time. I don't recall it.
Okay.
Too much information.
Did you have any reason to doubt what you were reading from Ms. Heard in these texts?
No.
To be honest, she would write things quite often or explain things quite often, and was a bit more dramatic, maybe, than what we understood it to be, or maybe even sometimes the instances were different than what she was describing. So
That's a good answer.
But in any event, this conversation that you had with Miss Heard gave you concern enough to tell your brother, stop coke, stop pills, stop booze, right?
no, I don't think it did.
It didn't, and I've asked this before, but we'll take a look at this. Is it true you didn't love the behavior he was engaging in around this time, right?
Brief answer.
Again,
Say no.
I didn't witness a lot of the behavior that people are, that you guys are referencing. I didn't witness a lot of it.
It's too much information.
Take a look at page 2,
Okay.
please. And just take a minute to read that, and then I'll have some questions about both of the pages.
Mm-hmm.
She seemed very credible when she said that Amber Heard exaggerates everything. If I was a juror, that's what I would take away from that.
Okay. What you had been told by Ms. Heard on the first 2 pages of these texts gave you concern about Mr. Depp's behavior and made you not love anything that he was engaging in behavior-wise around this time, right?
What I had heard from her in these texts, I didn't really love where life was at the time.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of these 2 pages in their entirety for the reasons that we discussed, both as impeachment of the witness.
All right, there are other statements in here that I do find as hearsay, so we can work with it. I'll reserve on that for this time, maybe, and we'll have other issues with it outside the presence of the jury, and we'll work on redactions, okay?
That sounds good. Can I ask her questions just about her language?
Okay.
And then we can work on redactions?
Yeah, yes, sir. Okay, yes, sir.
On the first
The
page,
judge
Your
even saying
Honor, or I'm sorry, on the first page, Ms. Dombrowski, you write, "Where are the kids?" Why did you write that?
I don't
Ms.
know.
Heard?
I don't know. I mean, I remember they asked me that at the deposition. I'm not sure.
You wrote that because you had concerns about where Mr. Depp's kids were at this time, right?
Well, if she was saying he wasn't home, I was asking where the kids were.
Right. Because you were concerned for the kids' well-being, particularly when Mr. Depp was in this sort of state, correct?
No, I was curious about where the kids were if he wasn't home.
Were you ever concerned about the impact on the kids of Mr. Depp's drug use and alcohol use?
No.
So when you wrote, "Where are the
That's a good
kids?"
answer.
you had no concern for their actual well-being. Is that right?
The concern, it's not that kind of concern. She's saying he's not home. I was wondering where the kids were so that they weren't alone.
Looks like the text message evidence is going to show something to the contrary.
When you wrote her on page 2, "Do you want to come to office to talk?" You wrote that because you were concerned about what was going on with Mr. Depp at that point, right?
No, actually, I wrote that so that she could come to the office so that we could talk
Right.
about all of it,
All of what?
of her text.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish the bottom text on page 2 that I think,
It's not up here. You just mean her text.
sorry. And I guess while she's pulling that up, I'd move for partial admission of Exhibit 210 with redactions to be.
I'm going to reserve on that.
Okay.
All right, that's. All right, I'm still going to reserve on the admission of it, so I'm not going to show it to the jury at this time. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you. But you can ask your questions about it.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. When you wrote Ms. Heard on February 3rd, 2014 at 5:42 p.m., Ms. Dombrowski, "Worry about everything." You were telling her to worry about everything and all the types of behavior that Mr. Depp was engaging in at that time, right?
I was not telling her to worry about anything. That's the way I wrote that sounds like I say I worry about everything.
You're saying that
That
you're
is-
worrying about everything? Is that right?
Yes, as a whole.
Okay, so in contrast to what you testified a few minutes ago, you actually were very worried around this time frame, correct?
I was worried about what life was. That's what I had said.
Right. And the life that you were referring to here, what was going on in life was Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse, correct?
What was going on in life was someone who constantly wanted to point out some sort of drug and alcohol abuse.
Is that unfair for a spouse not to want their husband to abuse drugs and alcohol?
It's not unfair at all.
So was that a negative to you that Miss Heard didn't love that?
I'm sorry?
Was that a negative to you that Miss Heard didn't love Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse? Was that unreasonable of her?
To me, it was exaggerated is the problem, so.
It was exaggerated. But you testified that you personally have no personal knowledge of your brother doing cocaine.
I never saw him do it, no.
Okay. But you had enough concern to text him, stop doing coke, stop the pills, and stop the drinking, correct?
No, I really don't think that's what I was doing with him.
And what were you You weren't talking about the Super Bowl, right? You were talking about drinking.
I understand,
Coke and
I understand.
pills.
But the way it's written, and I know my writing, the way it's written, I don't feel like what I was doing was me giving him an order to do that. I wouldn't typically do that. So
You're recommending-
there's other context somewhere that, for that.
Right, and that's what we're trying to explore is what is that context? Because you're very direct in those texts that the jury just looked at. Stop the booze, stop the pills, stop the coke. So if you weren't telling him to stop the booze, stop the pills, and stop the coke, what were you telling him?
I could have been telling him that, because I've had this conversation before, I could have been telling him, that in order to make her not constantly accusing, this is what she would need.
Right. You didn't write those words in your text, though, right?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And when you said in the February 3rd text message exchange with Miss Heard, I don't love any of it. I really want to be able to talk with him. That was you expressing concern about Mr. Depp's drinking and drug use, correct?
That was me expressing concern about what life was. And there was arguments all the time, and it felt like there was just constant unpleasantness.
Right. And would it be unfair? Well, let me ask it this way. That unpleasantness, to your knowledge, was caused in part, at least, by your brother's drug and alcohol abuse, right?
I don't know that.
Did you ever reach your own conclusion that your brother had a problem with drugs and alcohol?
I knew my brother was drinking.
I'm sorry.
I knew my brother was drinking. But in terms of like drugs, honestly, I have only one medication that I really knew of that, was an issue for him.
And what was that?
I don't remember the name of the medication. It was a prescription medication.
What was it?
It was like a pain medication that he had been taking for a long time.
Okay. And that was what you were referring to when you said stop pills, was prescription pain medication, correct?
Again, I wasn't necessarily referring to anything in particular. I know I wrote those words. I don't know the context of the words.
Okay. Okay. But in any event, you don't dispute that on February 5th, 20, whatever date that was, on February 5th, 2014, you wrote to your brother, stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills, right?
I wrote those words, but I don't know the context of the words.
Now, February 2014 wasn't the first time that you had communications with Ms. Heard relating to concerns about drug and alcohol abuse, right? By Mr. Depp, correct?
I don't know.
Heather, if you could pull up Exhibit 163, please.
What's the exhibit number, I'm sorry?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, 163. While she's pulling that up, Ms. Dombrowski, let me ask you this. You knew that Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol problem was affecting his relationship with Ms. Heard, right?
I knew that she would say that. I mean, I knew that she would say that she had issues with, him with drugs and alcohol.
And you knew from those communications that it was negatively impacting their relationship, right?
I knew that she would write me about them, and I knew that she would. I know that she would. Try to talk about them, and I know that she would say that they were negatively impacting. I don't know that that was the whole situation that they had going on, to be honest, though.
Well, you didn't disbelieve her when she told you that, right?
When she told me
What you just testified to, that drinking and drugs were negatively impacting their relationship. You didn't disbelieve her, right?
oh, I didn't necessarily think it was true, no.
You didn't think it was true?
That it was negatively impacting their relationship?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't necessarily think it was 100% true, no.
Well, you just said true and then 100% true. So
True.
I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out where you're going with this. Or is it your testimony today that you never believed Miss Heard when she would talk to you about Johnny's drugs and drinking?
No, I think you're taking it to an extreme.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm sorry if I am. So just explain to me what is. That's not your testimony. So.
I think she exaggerated things quite a bit.
But you tried to help Amber deal with Mr. Depp's drugs and drinking, correct?
I tried to make sure that I was helpful to Amber as best I could, yes.
Okay. If you can look at the document in front of you, Exhibit 163, please. This is a text exchange between you and Ms. Heard on March 22nd, 2013, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember earlier you testified about being present during the filming of a documentary about Keith Richards?
Yes.
This was right around that time frame, correct?
I don't know.
Do you recall when that was?
I don't recall the dates.
And actually, one thing I wanted to ask you about that while we're at it is you testified earlier about not seeing cuts or bruises on her face. You remember that? Or do you have no knowledge whether she was wearing makeup or not that night, right?
I don't recall if she was wearing makeup or not. She typically did not.
Okay. And you weren't specifically
Wearing
looking
makeup at trial today.
for cuts or bruises because you suspected that Mr. Depp had abused her, right?
Painting fake.
I would have no reason to look for cuts or
injuries
bruises,
under
but
her
I would think
cheeks.
if they were there, I would see them.
Okay. So if you look at page 1, Exhibit 163, And Your Honor, I'd move for permission to publish.
No, Your Honor, we object.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
I figured you would, but
Okay,
can I do the same thing and ask her about her words to misheard? And then we can, reserving the right to publish it to the jury,
You can
depending on
ask
Your
if
Honor's
it
ruling.
refreshes her memory about
Right.
the conversations you're trying to
Sure.
discuss, yes.
Thank
But
So,
The judge wants to
Ms.
issue a
Dombrowski,
memorandum on.
do you recall having a conversation
Publishing this to a
with
jury.
Ms. Heard on or about March 22nd, 2013, in which Ms. Heard was expressing concerns to you about Mr. Depp's behavior?
No, I don't recall dates, so no.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and take a look at this document, please? And let's start with, just tell me when you're done with page 1, please.
Depp's got his crack team of lawyers on an objection related to the foundation of those text messages as it relates to publishing to a jury. That's why the judge has reserved, quote unquote, reserved her ruling on publishing those because she wants to issue a memorandum because it's going to be appealed.
Oh, Ms. Dombrowski, I think that's you on the screen, which is okay if you want to mark it up.
we can clear it up.
These are really
We got
old
it.
text
I
messages
didn't-
too,
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
10 years old.
Doing their own redactions.
Okay.
They haven't done any forensic examinations of the phones or the devices in which these text messages were allegedly sent on.
Yeah, I've read it.
Okay, so when you texted Ms. Heard, well, first of all, does this refresh your recollection about a conversation that you and Ms. Heard had on March 22nd, 2013, relating to Ms. Heard's concerns about Mr. Depp's behavior?
It really doesn't, but I see it here. It
But
doesn't.
you don't dispute that it is a conversation that the two of you had?
This is a text exchange between the two of us, yes.
Okay. When you wrote, "Don't be sorry," exclamation point, I am not completely sure if what is going on or why, but I don't love what it is. What did you mean by that?
I'm not 100% sure. I believe I probably meant, once again, how life was.
Right. Life, including Mr. Depp's conduct toward my client, Amber Heard, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you wrote, "It is sad and I'm sorry you guys are going through this. I'm here if there's anything I can do." You were talking about you were sad that they were going through the challenges that drugs and alcohol on behalf of Mr. Depp were posing to their relationship. Correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it if she can answer.
Oh, wow.
I don't think that I'm saying that I'm sad about that. I'm saying that I'm sad, about whatever it is that, that they're going through, but I don't know exactly what it is that they're going through.
Right. And right, two texts underneath that, Ms. Heard tells you what they're going through, right?
She does go into about, what they have going on.
And then below that, you say, "I think with anyone in that place, confrontation unfortunately doesn't help, and sometimes conversations can seem like confrontations." Do you see that? Mm-hmm. Were you suggesting to Ms. Heard that she shouldn't have a conversation with Mr. Depp about what drugs and alcohol did to him because it could seem like a confrontation?
No, I was not suggesting that at all.
What did you mean by it?
Honestly, what I was trying to do is trying to Amber, Ms. Heard, she could be very, very vocal. And so what I was trying to do was, if they were having a conversation, if it wasn't going well, I was trying to tell her that, maybe, sometimes conversations, if you're vocal, really loud, they're more confrontational. Like, just to, whatever it is, just have a nice, easy conversation.
Okay, well, let's just go to I just want to look at one more text on the top of the next page, Heather, please. When you write, Ms. Heard, on March 22nd, 2013, you say disagreeing, reasoning, nudging, all can seem like confrontations. I am not sure of the volume or when some is likely to wear off, question mark. First of all, when you were talking about volume or when some is likely to wear off, you're talking about drugs or alcohol, correct?
She said in the text prior, right?
Yeah.
I'm asking what,
No, I understand. I'll sustain the objection.
and I'm asking what you're referring to, without referring to Ms. Hurd's text prior, when you say, I'm not sure of the volume or when some is likely to wear off. What are you referring to?
I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say is, she had all kinds of things that she said in the text prior. I'm referring to like volume of, even just voices, that even you can see where I say like, the nudging and all of that. There was a certain way that you learned to try to talk with Amber to keep things calm.
And when you said when, I thought she was.
All right, finish your, Mr. Chu, that's fine. Thank you, I appreciate it. I understand, I'll let her finish her answer. That's fine, Mr. Chu. Go ahead.
Thank you. There was a certain way that, ultimately you learn to talk to Amber, to sort of keep things calm. So you would pacify her. You would sort of, just go along with all of her conversations, whatever, so that we would placate her all the time to keep things calm. That's what we did.
And so when you said disagreeing, reasoning, nudging, all can seem like confrontations, were you telling Ms. Hurd that she shouldn't voice any concerns about her significant other's drug or alcohol abuse?
Voice any concerns to who?
To him. That she shouldn't nudge him about it or try to reason with him about drug and alcohol abuse or his behavior? Is that what you were saying, that she shouldn't do that because it might seem like a confrontation?
No, she was more confrontational. She was much more confrontational, always confrontational. And I was trying to say that all of these things can be confrontational and maybe take it down a notch.
Okay, so you shouldn't disagree or reason or nudge. Is that what you were saying?
No, in the way that I know that it would be done. She was much more. She wasn't there wasn't a comforting conversation.
I'm sorry, Bernard. Were you done with your answer?
I think so.
Okay. Or do you believe that disagreeing with someone or trying to reason with them or nudging them justifies them getting abused?
As the foundation, I'll sustain as the foundation if you want.
Okay. Do you have any have you ever disagreed with or reasoned with or nudged anyone in anything in your life?
All right.
I mean, these are the words that she wrote.
He's going to.
These are the words that she
try and
wrote
shut down this line
to
of
my
questioning.
client. Disagreeing, reasoning, nudging, all can seem like confrontations.
I'll allow the
That's
question.
attorney, that is.
I'm sorry.
Have you ever disagreed or reasoned or nudged with someone in your life?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that doing any of those three things would justify your being abused?
I'll sustain the question.
Trying to get these in before the end of the day, too.
All right. How much more
Again,
do you
please
have?
subscribe to this
Probably
channel
a little bit.
and like the video if you
Okay,
can.
since it's
Probably
5
an hour.
o'clock. All right, about an hour.
5 o'clock,
Okay.
you're gonna shut
All right,
this
ladies and
down,
gentlemen, since it's 5 o'clock, we're going to go ahead and release you for the day, okay? Just a reminder, as always, please don't do any outside research. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Don't look at the news. Don't watch anything on TV. Don't read the papers, and just have a good, calm, peaceful night, okay? And we'll see you tomorrow bright and early, okay? Thank you. Well, hard copy of 210. All right. Ms. Dombrowski, just a reminder that you are still under oath and you're still testifying. So since you're still testifying, you can't have any discussions with anybody to include Mr. Depp's attorneys or his legal team, okay? All right, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. All right, if you could leave the courtroom, I just have a few
And does that,
housekeeping matters I
that
need to take
includes
care of.
Mr. Depp as well, correct?
Correct, and Mr. Depp, yes, anybody, okay?
Thank
Just
you.
don't talk about your testimony to anybody, okay?
Yeah, okay.
All right, that's fine. If you could have a seat outside the courtroom, I just have a few housekeeping matters I want to take care of. You can sit down, it's okay. If you want to stand up, that's fine. I just want to. Let me finish this one issue first, okay? I appreciate it. All right, going back to the text, so on 163, are you still trying to admit that into evidence? That was the last one.
Yes, sir.
All right, there's objection to that. Okay, good. All right. Yes, sir. Anything further to say on 163?
Well, I think, yes, two things. At a minimum, Ms. Dombrowski's text should be able to come in because those aren't hearsay, even if we have to redact out
Right.
all of Ms. Hurd's text, which if that's what you're under.
He's got to get in front of the podium. You can't hear him.
The problem is, and the reason I think it's not hearsay, is that it's impeachment under 607A7.
I understand your impeachment issue, and I understand that, and that we'll go back to 210, and I think there's an issue with impeachment there. But here, I don't see any impeachment basis to have the extrinsic evidence in. You got the testimony in, but I don't see a basis to have the extrinsic evidence in.
And I would still ask that her texts come in, not through impeachment. They're not hearsay. They're probative to this case that she's expressing concern. And even if the jury can't see the context, because she can't see, they can't see.
Since they don't have the context, I'm not going to allow them in, so I'm going to deny, I'm going to sustain the objection to 163. As far as 210, the only impeachment basis was when she testified that she didn't recall anything about a bender or him being on a bender. So I think for impeachment purposes, just the only part that comes in is the, as far as Ms. Hurd's text, is the JD is on a bender, and not even the last part of the, that's it, okay? Everything else would have to be redacted.
Sure it does. 607A7.
I'm going to allow that, just that one part. That one part of everything else gets redacted as far as her text. Ms. Dombrowski's text can come in, except you have to get rid of her identifying information as far as her phone number, okay?
And just to be clear, so we don't.
That's it.
For the record, we also object.
Okay, I understand.
False speculation.
Okay, all right, that's fine, noted, thank you.
You want it redacted out of the word vendor, not the last two words.
That's exactly right. Not the last two words, and not the sentence above it, and not any of the sentences below it, or any of the
that's
other
a good win
texts.
for
But Ms.
Depp.
Dombrowski's text come in, but you got to just take out her phone number for me.
Kinda
Okay?
narrow
So if you can
those,
give me, you owe me that, and I'll
text
allow the
messages.
redacted one into evidence. And you can owe that to me tomorrow, okay? And you also owe me 214 tomorrow too, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. One, on that one, can we, if we redact we only show the last two columns. If we redact the personal identifiers, can we then show the other columns that correspond to the text that you
That, as long as the personal identifiers was what the objection was. So if you could do that for just the 4
Yes, sir. Thank you.
and get rid of the others, okay? All right, that's all I had. Yes, ma'am, you had something? Okay.
Uh-oh. Probably trying to plan for tomorrow, but that is a good win for Depp. Keeping some of that text message content out of the jury's purview. Depp looks rough, doesn't he? Looks like he hasn't slept in a long time. Looks kind of haggard. It's been a rough day for him. Please subscribe to the channel, like the video. The trial for today is completely over. Again, mostly just opening statements and Johnny Depp's sister testifying, including direct and cross. Tomorrow will be a continuation of the cross-examination as well as rebuttal. Feel free to comment. Again, this, if anything, is a benchmark for the unraveling of society, particularly when it comes to exposing, all the dirty laundry of, somewhat respected public figures. But it'll be interesting if it diminishes cancel culture. Comment. Love to hear what you have to say about cases you know about. I'm always here to expose misconduct in the judicial system. I'm surprised they're showing all this. Seems to be a familiar tactic lately in these live streams in courts, particularly state court. Well, federal court doesn't live stream anything, but they just show the badge. Supposed to have a summary conversation, but oh wow, that sound sucks. Thank you very much for tuning in. Really appreciate it. Again, subscribe to the channel, like the video, comment. I'd love to hear what you have to say. I'm going to include an email where you can email any allegations of misconduct that you've personally seen, witnessed, or know about in the judicial system. There is so much corruption in the judicial system, and just getting a live stream trial like this is great for shining a light on all of these processes. And you can see in this case, for example, Amber Heard is a fraud. She's a liar. She's come up here trying to defend her fraud 3, 4, 5 years later. She's made all kinds of outrageous allegations against Johnny Depp that are not backed by evidence, are not backed by witness statements. And the people who know and love Johnny Depp, as dysfunctional as he may be, as much as the allegations of his drug use have come out now and other things, his career has been destroyed. And, Amber Heard has shown very little sympathy. She shows up to court today with makeup on her cheek to make it appear as if she's been out last night getting domestically abused too. I don't know. I just seems like a interesting way to show up to a case. The lawyers for Johnny Depp really did dominate the opening statements. The second lawyer by Amber Heard, this woman who was extremely inarticulate when she was speaking, she basically spoke with run-on sentences, and then streaming throughout all of those run-on sentences, she would just throw in these crazy allegations from Amber Heard. One, that Amber Heard was somehow, quote, held hostage in Australia for 3 days. Again, not backed up by any evidence. Witness statements contradict any of that. she threw in a sexual assault allegation, and then she threw in, of course, the domestic abuse allegations. And when they're trying to impeach Depp's sister, they seem to latch on to this drug use thing. And they're going to try and pin drug use on Johnny Depp and say somehow that caused him to be maybe potentially violent towards Amber Heard. And the allegations persist that there was somehow domestic violence or abuse that was then exerted on Amber Heard. But everybody who has seen this evidence overwhelmingly supports Johnny Depp in this particular situation. People feel like they know Johnny Depp because of his long career. I mean, I know him from 21 Jump Street from a long time ago before he had all that facial surgery, cosmetic surgery on his teeth. Before he became like a world famous movie star and started to become like a major drug addict. But his sister was mostly credible. In terms of the cross-examination, Amber Heard's lawyer was extremely successful in impeaching parts of the testimony of Depp's sister, including the drug use stuff. I thought she seemed insincere would be a good word for that. Her credibility about most of it was pretty accurate. It seemed like she clearly didn't like Amber Heard dating her brother, given her age. And if Amber Heard is 35 now, this must have happened when Amber Heard was, 28, 25? But she's not looking as good as she did when she was 25, that's for sure. So Johnny Depp is probably asking himself in this situation, what the hell did I do? He had a solid wife in France. He had a good family. He had a number of good opportunities to raise children, and he just threw it all away for this 25-year-old. He didn't know what hit him. I thought it was interesting, too, in Amber Heard, or the allegation that Amber Heard sent text messages to Depp's sister, claiming that Johnny Depp was in a Dior ad campaign meeting, and she had somehow insulted him, saying that he was quote unquote fat or old. Why is he doing this? You get the sense that she's extremely manipulative. And if you know any 25 to 28-year-old women in those age range, if they're attractive, have a little bit of that strain of being manipulative. If, they're entitled, slightly arrogant, basically has everything she wants in the world. She's got arguably the most famous movie star in the world pursuing her. So that's probably part of it. And the other part of it is that what I didn't know, at least, is Johnny Depp's mother died, right? Right in that period, which is literally the most painful period for anyone dealing with, a tragedy like that in the family. She filed for divorce. She clearly timed that. I mean, she could have waited 3 months. She could have traveled out of country. She could have kept away from Johnny Depp, but at the same time waited to file for divorce. She clearly timed the divorce petition within the timeline to hurt Johnny Depp the most, and most importantly, to extract as much media coverage as she possibly could get. She knew exactly what she was doing. And it was during that time period, I believe, and again, this is the time period thing that gets a little screwy, that she decided to make these domestic abuse allegations. And when she moved from domestic abuse and then claiming that Johnny Depp sexually assaulted her, that's where things get really, really wonky and Jerry Springer like, and you're like, whoa, what happened here? She's 25 years old and she's dating, I don't know, 55-year-old actor who is a multi-millionaire. You're thinking about this and you're like, it just doesn't add up, does it? The power imbalance in this situation, I mean, yeah, Johnny Depp had a little more power, but Amber Heard wasn't powerless. She had plenty of money. She's intelligent, plenty of wherewithal to balance that power dynamic. And you've seen now kind of a bounce back in the last 2 years where all of these fans are supporting Johnny Depp in refuting these allegations from Amber Heard. We'll see what comes out tomorrow. Again, a good win on those text messages. Pretty strong performance by Depp's attorneys. Weak and inconsistent performance by Amber Heard's attorneys. Again, please subscribe to this channel. I plan on live streaming again later tonight, a summary with multiple other attorneys. I'll be live streaming tomorrow as well. Feel free to join. Like the video. Feel free to comment. And we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.